Chapter 660. Sigh. I have not seen a mirror willow for many years. Mo Yaozwell sighed as she caressed the only mirror willow in front of her. She was filled with emotions, as if she was recalling the past. As for Fong Yuan's will, he stood beside her and watched quietly, not disturbing her. This world was dark and decaying. It was Fong Yuan's immortal aperture blessed land. Fong Yuan had deceived Mo Yaozwell into his immortal aperture and suppressed it. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. She was once a legendary Gu immortal. She had left behind a deep mark in Central Continent's history. Her will was of great value. Even though Fong Yuan was framed by Mo Yao's will and almost died in Northern Plains, Fong Yuan did not hate Mo Yao's will. In fact, he admired and even praised her. If he was the one making the plan, he might not be able to do it better than Mo Yao's will. He had planned to interrogate Mo Yao, but Mo Yao's will was very cooperative. Towards Fong Yuan's refinement path questions, not only did she answer everything, she even made an analogy, which benefited Fong Yuan greatly. But when Fong Yuan asked about Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao's will made a request. I have been away from Central Continent for many years. I have been missing the people and things there. Please find me a mirror willow so that I can relieve my longing for home. Mirror willow was an ordinary plant. It was the size of a normal willow tree, but its leaves were like mirrors. The leaves of this willow tree were the food of beggar moths. Earlier, during the Rockman trade, Fong Yuan had bought a batch of mirror willows from Crane Gate. They were now planted in Hu immortal blessed land. Thus, he randomly picked one and placed it in his immortal aperture. Back then, my main body and brother Bo Qing met for the first time under this mirror willow. The mortal world is turbulent. Romance is nothing. Mo Yao's will sighed. Then, she turned her head around. He looked at Fong Yuan's will and said, "Thank you for fulfilling my small request. Since you want to know about Spirit Affinity House, I will tell you. It's just that the information I have is outdated. You have to pay attention to this." Fong Yuan's will nodded. Mo Yao's will stood under the mirror willow and spoke, revealing a lot of inside information about Spirit Affinity House. As Fong Yuan listened, he compared it with his previous life's 500 years of experience. His understanding of Spirit Affinity House deepened. Your immortal aperture is dead. The mirror willow would be eroded by the death chi in less than 3 days. Turned into a withered, rotten wood. It is a pity. After reporting Spirit Affinity House's information, Mo Yao sighed. But it was unknown whether the pity she was referring to was the mirror willow or Fong Yuan's immortal aperture. Come again next time. Would you please bring me a cup of Qingpu tea? This was Spirit Affinity House's specialty tea. It was not rare. Even though I can't taste the tea, I want to take another look. Mo Yao said. Fong Yuan's will snorted coldly. It seems like you have no self-awareness as a captive. You actually want this and that. Don't tell me you have other plans? Mo Yao's will smiled charmingly. Fong Yuan, you are too cautious. My scheme was exposed by you, and I was tricked into being suppressed in your immortal aperture. I am already a fish on the chopping board, under your surveillance at all times. You can do whatever you want me. Even if I have other plans, what can I do? However, let's not beat around the bush. Even though I failed completely, I cannot make a comeback. But if you use force, the things you obtain will be very incomplete. After all, soul searching is easy, but will searching is difficult. If you were a wisdom path grandmaster, it would work, but your wisdom path foundation is practically non-existent. You can only buy goo worms randomly from the market. Wisdom path is different from other paths. It is mysterious and profound. You have not even started on it yet. Mo Yao's will criticized Fong Yuan without holding back. Because she knew that Fong Yuan had a broad mind, he was an extraordinary demon. As expected, at the next moment, Fong Yuan's will laughed heartily. You are right. My wisdom path attainment is shallow, but thanks to your cooperation, you can live in my immortal aperture from now on. I will bring you the Qingpu tea. Saying so, her will soared into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a crack, allowing this will to fly up and reach Fong Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fong Yuan understood all the information this will had obtained in the immortal aperture. He indeed lacked methods to search wills. Soul searching was easy, but will searching was difficult. This was normal. If not for this, wisdom path gu masters would often use wills to fight. Once these wills were captured, they would be exposing their secrets to the enemy. Precisely because it was difficult to search wills, wisdom path gu masters used it to fight their enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is a character indeed. No wonder she left her name in history. Fong Yuan praised inwardly. Mo Yao's will scheme was seen through. She failed completely. She could not even self-destruct. She was imprisoned in Fong Yuan's immortal aperture and suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation, she did not give up. She cooperated with Fong Yuan and answered Fong Yuan's questions. She was showing her value and trying to stall for time. If one day, Fong Yuan met with an accident and his immortal aperture broke, or he was captured or died in battle, Mo Yao's will would have a chance to escape. Mo Yao's will was not discouraged. She was still persevering. Fong Yuan admired her inwardly. Of course, if Fong Yuan had the correct method to search wills, he would have acted immediately. But now, Mo Yao's will cooperated with him. It was more beneficial to him. If I could find a wisdom path inheritance, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, wisdom path is mysterious and profound. There are very few Gu masters and Gu immortals in the current world. There is no ownerless wisdom path inheritance in my memories. Previously, Fong Yuan had purchased some scattered wisdom path Gu worms from Jewel Yellow Skies. It could be considered as some progress in wisdom path. Unfortunately, he was bankrupt now. His purchasing power had fallen to rock bottom. He could not even make these small progress. As for Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask about it. Because Mo Yao's will knew, Fong Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her for the time being. Both of them were smart people. Forcefully asking would not yield any results. Master, Crane Gate's reply. At this time, Little Hu Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5-letter Gu. Crane Gate had suddenly stopped trading in the Rockmen. Not long ago, Fong Yuan had sent a probing letter. Crane Gate's reply was very fast. Fong Yuan took the letter Gu and probed it with his mind. The content of the letter was very firm. It requested Fong Yuan to start trading Guts Gu. Otherwise, Crane Gate would declare Fong Yuan as a traitor of the sect and mobilize Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Over a year ago, Fong Yuan used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land under everyone's watchful eyes. It was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Crane Gate immediately reacted. Using the similarity between Fong Yuan and Fong Zheng, they announced that Fong Yuan was actually a disciple that Crane Gate was secretly nurturing. Only then did the other 9 sects admit Crane Gate's victory. Crane Gate's plan was to get rid of the other 9 competitors. Then, they would secretly deal with Fong Yuan alone, attempting to occupy Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Fong Yuan was happy to see this happen. After all, dealing with one Crane Gate and one of the 10 great sects were 2 different levels of difficulty. But this way, Fong Yuan tacitly agreed to Crane Gate's lie. He was Crane Gate's disciple. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is located on Tian Ti Mountain. Even the 10 great sects cannot casually attack it. They will incur the wrath of the people of Central Continent. But if they declare me as a traitor of the sect and invade, they will have the right to do so. Fong Yuan's expression was dark. He pondered. However, he did not panic. He had already anticipated this plot more than a year ago. But he did not expect Crane Gate's patience to be exhausted so quickly. Fong Yuan smiled, saying to Little Hu Immortal, "Invite Tai Bai Yunxing over." Tai Bai Yunxing heard this news and his face was filled with worry. What should we do? Crane Gate is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They are extremely powerful. They even surpass the super tribes of Northern Plains. If they really attack, we won't be able to stop them with just the 2 of us. Fong Yuan then smiled. Old Bai, oh old Bai. I called you here naturally to ask you about this difficult problem. But now that we have met, you are asking me a question. Tai Bai Yunxing gasped. His expression was a little ashamed. He frowned, thinking hard. Finally, he thought of a solution. Didn't we ally with He Lulan? We can ask her to help us. Evidently, He Lulan's powerful battle strength had already been deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunqing's heart. Although He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she successfully advances to go immortal, with just the three of us, we will not be able to resist such a huge crane gate. Feng Yuan shook his head and sighed. What should we do? What should we do? Tai Bai Yunqing paced back and forth, thinking hard. Feng Yuan looked at him, smiling without speaking. Suddenly, Tai Bai Yunqing stopped and patted his head. I got it. Didn't teacher ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can definitely join Zombie Alliance and use its power to threaten Crane Gate. But Feng Yuan shook his head. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose. Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Crane Gate. There is no threat at all. Moreover, if I borrow Zombie Alliance's power, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid it will not be Crane Gate, but Zombie Alliance will be the first to benefit. That won't do. Then what should we do? Tai Bai Yunqing raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan. His expression was gloomy and worried. But when he saw the smile on Feng Yuan's face, he was dazed and finally reacted, pointing at Feng Yuan. What a good junior brother. You actually deceived your senior brother to watch a good show. You are so confident. You clearly have a good plan. Ha ha ha, old Bai. Your eyes are like a torch. I can't deceive you. Feng Yuan laughed and admitted it. What good method do you have? Why don't you tell me? Feng Yuan said, I have already told you the whole story. Crane Gate treats me as their disciple because they are afraid of the other 9 sects interfering. This is their weakness. I can use this to break through. What should I do? Feng Yuan did not hide it from him. I have already decided to send a letter to Spirit Affinity House and establish a preliminary connection. Previously, Feng Yuan had asked Mo Yao for information on Spirit Affinity House because of this. Tai Bai Yunqing became worried. Establishing a connection now and relying on a letter, isn't it too late? Furthermore, the 10 great sects compete and cooperate with each other. Will Spirit Affinity House reject your letter and give it to Crane Gate to express goodwill? Chapter 661. Rays of inspiration flashed in his mind. Countless materials and goo worms combined into one plan after another. The consciousness in his mind was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Such an intense consumption had far surpassed the limit of Feng Yuan's independent thinking. The power of a rank 9 goo worm is actually so strong. And this is because I have not refined wisdom goo, I have only rubbed against a bit of the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan exclaimed as he left the light of wisdom. He was currently thinking and perfecting the refinement recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. Different from thinking about the situation or his own situation, there were many factors to consider in perfecting the Immortal Goo recipe. A set of similar goo refinement materials often had dozens or even hundreds of types, not to mention the combination of all kinds of goo worms. Precisely so, the willpower in Feng Yuan's mind was being consumed at an astonishing speed. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was almost used up in a dozen breaths of time. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance 1% of the Gruel Mud Goo recipe. But at this speed, if I completed alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Feng Yuan calculated in his mind. A dozen breaths of time compared to half a year. This showed the vast power of wisdom goo. However, Feng Yuan was not satisfied. There were too many factors to consider when deducing the goo recipe. The consumption of willpower was too high and too fast. The willpower that he had accumulated over the past few days was expended so easily. The results of his thinking were not even enough to advance the goo recipe by 1,000th. Feng Yuan had originally planned to use wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Then he would sell it in jewel yellow skies for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing the immortal goo recipe requires a huge amount of willpower. And mortal goo can produce too little willpower at once. I have been using mortal goo to produce willpower these past few days. I have almost reached the limit of using mortal goo. If I exceed this limit, mortal goo will be damaged and destroyed, unless I use the rank 6 delight in water and mountain goo. Fong Yuan thought for a while and decided to give it a try. He used a bead of green grape immortal essence to activate delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Swoosh! The immortal goo floated above his head, giving off a dazzling light. The light poured down like a heavenly river, pouring into Fong Yuan's mind. The scale of this joy. It was so huge. For example, the will of a rank 5 wisdom path mortal goo was like a handful of water. Then this joy was equivalent to a large river. As expected of an immortal goo, Fong Yuan was overjoyed. The joy was endless. It poured in. After a long while, it finally came to a stop. A third of Fong Yuan's originally spacious mind had been filled with happiness. It was golden in color. It was like sand. On the other hand, joy was a bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I use delight in water and mountain goo 3 times, my mind will be filled. No wonder the market of jewel yellow skies has those wisdom path goo worms that can enlarge the brain. Fong Yuan gained a trace of understanding from his experience. Strength path goo worms to transform goo masters. Correspondingly, wisdom path goo worms focused on changing people's minds. Fong Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again and began to think. Awesome. It felt so good. It was as if there were no shackles, and everything was clear. No matter what problem he encountered, he could solve it in an instant. The only difference was that the more difficult the problem was, the more difficult it was. The more willpower it expended. A vast number of refinement path materials were filtered, and countless goo worms were assembled at lightning speed. Then they were split. Fong Yuan displayed his skills. He felt that there had never been a problem in this world that could not stop him. This feeling was too wonderful. When the joy was completely exhausted, Fong Yuan reluctantly left the light of wisdom. He felt that time was short. It was like a dozen breaths of time. But in reality, a full 10 minutes had passed. Huff! Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, shaking his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately returned to his original state. He was still that zombie with rigid thoughts. The huge difference was like falling from heaven to hell. Fong Yuan breathed in deeply. He quickly adjusted his emotions and inspected the results of this thought. The Gruel Mud Immortal Goo recipe had advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was a huge improvement. Fong Yuan nodded, but then shook his head. He silently left the underground cave, returning to the palace in Dang Hun Mountain. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Bai Yunsheng had been waiting in the palace for a long time. He asked in concern after seeing Fong Yuan. He was travel-worn. He had just returned from inspecting the western region of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Sit. Fong Yuan called out. He took a few big steps towards the main seat and sat down. Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the closest seat and sat down, looking at Fong Yuan with an inquiring gaze. He knew that Fong Yuan had used wisdom goo to deduce the immortal goo recipe. Not long ago, he had followed Fong Yuan to the underground cave. He had seen wisdom goo from afar. He had obtained a lifespan goo from Fong Yuan with great difficulty. His lifespan was limited. He did not dare to get close to this legendary goo worm. Fong Yuan leaned on the stone-like chair, his legs wide open. A pair of hands were placed on his thighs. A pair of hands were placed on his dantian. A pair of hands were holding the armrests, and a pair of hands were crossed in front of his chest. He was imposing, like a giant standing quietly like a mammoth, a statue of a giant. He sighed, saying, "Mortal goo cannot be used. I tried using the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain. It produced a happy river, and under the light of wisdom, the goo recipe was deduced forward by 1%. When Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this, he excitedly stood up from his seat. Beaming with joy, he said, 1%. As expected of the rank 9 wisdom goo. That means if we use it 100 times, won't we be able to deduce 1 immortal goo recipe? With these immortal goo recipes, we can sell them in jewel yellow skies. It will be an inexhaustible treasure trove. By then, we will have an endless supply of immortal yuan stone. To think that, junior brother, after becoming a zombie, there are such benefits. These days, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been worrying about cultivation resources. He found that after stepping into Gu Immortal Realm, he urgently needed more cultivation resources. Gu Master Cultivation was to nurture the aperture. Gu Immortal Cultivation was to nurture the immortal aperture. There were many different opinions on how to nurture the immortal aperture. But the aim did not change. That was to make the immortal aperture's small world more prosperous. Plant more plants in the immortal aperture, move in more animals, establish a more complete ecological cycle, and nurture more Gu groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the more vitality it would have, and the faster the immortal essence would be formed. This was the cultivation path of Gu Immortals, the path to progress. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, not only did they sell Gu worms and Gu recipes, they also sold beast groups, plants, strange stones, precious water, and so on. Seeing Tai Bai Yunqing's excited expression, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that letting you inspect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and familiarize yourself with the Gu Immortal cultivation path was very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling immortal Gu recipes is a very profitable business, we cannot do it for the time being. Why is that? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. Because the investment is too large. Fang Yuan sighed. To deduce a rank 6 immortal Gu recipe from nothing, the amount of green grape immortal essence needed to be over 100. Junior brother, didn't you advance the immortal Gu recipe by 1% this time? That is because I deduced the remnant recipe of the immortal Gu gruel mud. I told you before, when I was selling the immortal Gu gruel mud in Jewel Yellow Skies, I bought many remnant recipes of the immortal Gu gruel mud. After summarizing these remnant recipes, I obtained this 60% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan answered. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not stupid. He immediately understood Fang Yuan's meaning. With the light of wisdom, no problem could stump Fang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, when a Gu recipe encountered a problem, it was very hard to resolve. If one was lucky, they would have a flash of inspiration and find a way to resolve the problem. If one was unlucky, they would be stuck for years or even decades without any progress. But Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu. There was no difficulty in deducing the Gu recipe. Even if he encountered a problem that Fang Yuan could not solve with his foundation, he did not need to think too much. Using the light of wisdom to think and expend more willpower, he could usually overcome the problem. This way, the immortal Gu recipe would be easier to deduce later on. The general direction of the 60% remnant recipe was set. It also allowed Fang Yuan to eliminate a large number of Gu refinement factors. On this basis, he advanced it by 1%. That is to say, if he started from zero, from nothing, it would be very difficult to deduce the Gu recipe at the start. It would not even be 1%. Fang Yuan continued. I only have 18 green grape immortal essence beads. You have 26 beads. And Hu Immortal Blessed Land has 64 beads of white fox immortal essence. But you and Hu Immortal Land Spirit cannot be in the light of wisdom. Even if I lend a light in water and mountain immortal Gu to you, I cannot use the joyful will that you use. Currently, the most promising gruel mud remnant recipe needs close to 40 beads of green grape immortal essence. But don't forget, we are not safe. Northern Plains Gu Immortals and Central Continent's Crane Gate all want to find trouble with us. If Wisdom Gu is discovered, I'm afraid all the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions will come to kill us. That's right, the investment is too large and the green grape immortal essence needs to be saved to guard against strong enemies and accidents. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, sighing as he looked at the ground, accepting this fact in disappointment. But soon, he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I thought of a way. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the land spirit of Langya. Master mentioned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower to you, and when you asked the land spirit of Langya for help, you said you deduced it yourself. Thus, the land spirit of Langya thinks you are a wisdom path Gu master and wants to cooperate with you to perfect the Gu recipe.
Oh.
Fang Yuan showed a look of realization, his face showing just the right amount of excitement. There is such a thing. As expected after becoming a zombie, my brain is not working well. I actually did not think of this. Old Bai, your reminder is right. The best remnant recipe I have is the 60% gruel mud goo recipe. The land spirit of Lengia definitely has many remnant recipes, and it is very likely that there are even more complete remnant recipes. Junior brother, you know the land spirit of Lengia, and know the method to enter Lengia blessed land. We can definitely cooperate with the land spirit of Lengia. Tai Bai Yunqing thought of this and laughed heartily in excitement. Chapter 662. Old Bai, you are right, but I have no way of contacting the land spirit of Lengia directly. Last time, I used 2 chances to obtain 2 immortal goo from that old man, land spirit of Lengia, and was almost chased out by him. So I have no way of contacting him directly. Fong Yuan smiled bitterly. Is that so? The joy on Tai Bai Yunqing's face froze. The direct contact between 2 blessed lands was to use whole earth goo to connect the 2 places. Fong Yuan had used this method to trade the rockmen with Crane Gate. But Fong Yuan's relationship with the land spirit of Lengia was not that good. Most importantly, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in Central Continent, while Lengia Blessed Land was in Northern Plains. Even whole earth goo could not be used. To directly contact them, Stargate goo was the only way. Stargate goo was a pair of 2, but unfortunately, Fong Yuan only had 1 Stargate goo left. The other one had already been destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. It seems that we can only return to Northern Plains and personally see the land spirit of Lengia before we can cooperate. Tai Bai Yunqing sighed. No, there is another method that depends on luck. Fong Yuan muttered. That old land spirit loves to refine goo, but he cannot go out to search for goo refinement materials. Lengia Blessed Land's terrain is monotonous, and its production is limited, thus he would always go to Jewel Yellow Skies to purchase them. We can wait for him to come and stare at Jewel Yellow Skies, waiting for Lengia Old Immortal's divine sense. Right, there is such a method. Tai Bai Yunqing's eyes brightened. So, we will need to rely on Old Bai's help. Fong Yuan said naturally. No problem, leave it to me. I will go back now and activate Connecting Heaven Goo. Connect to Jewel Yellow Skies. Tai Bai Yunqing patted his chest. He could not wait any longer and was brought back to his residence by the land spirit. He chose the western part of the Blessed Land. He built a small house. That was his temporary residence. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's terrain was very similar to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunqing did not feel uncomfortable staying here. Instead, he felt like it was a peaceful home. He had roamed Northern Plains for most of his life, but now, he had finally found an organization and settled down. Therefore, he cherished this home very much. After sending Tai Bai Yunqing away, Fong Yuan fell into deep thought. He had already thought of collaborating with the land spirit of Lengia. In fact, he had asked Little Fox Fairy to pay attention to Jewel Yellow Skies a few days ago, waiting for Lengia Old Immortal's spirit will. But there had been no harvest these past few days. What he was thinking about now was not the land spirit of Lengia, but Tai Bai Yunqing. The journey to Northern Plains was chaotic and hurried, and during these days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fong Yuan focused on Tai Bai Yunqing. She had gotten to know him better. Tai Bai Yunqing is indeed a good person. He had the ability, but no ambition. His intelligence is only that of a normal person, but more of it is the wisdom accumulated from his life's experience. He does not see the big picture. No wonder he was once the young tribe leader. After roaming for so many years, he has both fame and strength. But he is still unable to establish a force. Fong Yuan evaluated in his mind. It was best for such a person to follow him. If he could not be left alone, his leadership ability would be worrisome. Because his personality and ideals were not compatible, if he was too far away, not only would he not be able to cooperate with him, he might even ruin things. These days, Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing had been interacting day and night. Their relationship had progressed. During several conversations, Fong Yuan told him about his experiences in his rebirth, only adding a non-existent Zishan Makoto. And Tai Bai Yunqing also told Fong Yuan about his life's experiences. Many times, even though Fong Yuan already had a plan in mind and called Tai Bai Yunsheng over to discuss matters. It might seem like a waste of time, but it was Fong Yuan's way of managing his subordinates. Firstly, it was to observe Tai Bai Yunsheng's talent and heart, to find out that his concern was sincere and came from his heart. Secondly, it was to tell him about his current predicament, to increase his sense of belonging and responsibility. Thirdly, it was to suppress Tai Bai Yunsheng invisibly. Basically, the outcome of every decision was Fong Yuan's method, overruling Tai Bai Yunsheng's plan. As this happened many times, Tai Bai Yunsheng gradually became reliant on Fong Yuan, attaching importance to Fong Yuan's opinions and subconsciously denying his own ideas. At the crucial moment, Fong Yuan could make a decision with a single sentence. There would not be a situation where both sides had conflicting opinions and caused problems. Fong Yuan was not He Lulan. He Lulan had rank 6 slavery gu that could enslave gu immortals. But Fong Yuan did not have it. But Tai Bai Yunsheng was not Bai Ningbing, nor was he He Lulan. Most importantly, Fong Yuan had his own methods, and he believed that even without slavery gu, he could still subdue Tai Bai Yunsheng and squeeze out all of his value for his own use. This was the confidence of a demonic path overlord. Central Continent. Fei He Mountain. The sea of clouds was vast. Thousands of cranes were dancing in the sky. The mountains were verdant. The wind was blowing the pine trees. Fongzheng sat on the cliff, concentrating on the thousands of flying cranes, changing their formation according to his will. Sometimes they would dive down, sometimes they would split into 2 groups, and sometimes they would form a circular formation to defend. Strong winds blew his long hair. His bright eyes shone with a resolute light. Hardships make people grow. To Fongzheng, the Who Immortal Blessed Land contest over a year ago was no doubt a huge setback. After being consoled, he walked out of his predicament and put in even more effort, cultivating almost every day with his life on the line. At this time, a voice came from Fongzheng's aperture. Good. You have already reached the stage of controlling the flying cranes at will, and the formation will change according to your will. Now, you can return to the sect to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test and charge for the B grade evaluation. You have 60% chance of success, and after you succeed, you will obtain the test reward, a rank 5 5-hole Jade Flute Gu. Once you have this gu, you can command the crane group and you will reach the quasi-master level of enslavement path. The source of this voice came from a spirit incubating flea in Fongzheng's aperture. Fongzheng's master, Master Tencher's soul, was residing in this gu worm. Rank 5 5-hole Jade Flute Gu. His eyes brightened, and excitement was written all over his face. Yes, Master, I will go now. Fongzheng stood up, and with a thought, a huge iron beak flying crane king flew in front of him. He leaped up and landed on the back of a crane king with a relaxed movement. The crane king let out a long cry and was filled with high spirits. Fongzheng sat on the crane king's back. The group of cranes coiled around him, forming a field of snow white, with wind and clouds. He flew towards the Crane Gate Sect's encampment. In a short while, he flew to the White Jade Plaza D. The iron beak flying cranes landed on the plaza, and the moment Fongzheng's feet landed on the ground, a Crane Gate disciple quickly walked over and greeted him. Senior Brother Fongzheng. Fongzheng nodded. Junior Brother, I am here to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. Senior Brother Fongzheng, please follow me. The Crane Gate disciple led the way. Look, it's Senior Brother Fongzheng. He is the #1 elite disciple in our batch. Did you hear that? Senior Brother Fongzheng is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. Senior Brother Fongzheng is an enslavement path genius. To think that he has already reached the quasi-master level of enslavement path, so impressive on the way. The whispers of the passers-by entered Fongzheng's ears. Fongzheng heard them and could not help but smile. He was already fully grown now, and his body was tall. His black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were bright and clear. Even though his appearance was ordinary, his aura was high, and he was full of vitality. He wore a green and white robe and looked cultured and refined, making people feel comfortable just by looking at him. Even though senior brother Fangjing is strong, his brother is even stronger. He is a super genius who obtained who immortal blessed land. That's right, according to a reliable source. His brother, Fang Yuan, is a legacy disciple secretly nurtured by a supreme elder. When Spirit Affinity House almost obtained who immortal blessed land, Supreme Elder had no choice but to send senior brother Fang Yuan, and sure enough, he shocked the world with a single feat and obtained who immortal blessed land. Fangjing has a good brother. The guts goo on Dang Hun Mountain can strengthen the soul. I am sure that Fangjing used guts goo. Otherwise, with just his own hard work, how could he raise his cultivation to rank 5 in just a year? Moreover, his progress and enslavement path is godly. He is actually going to participate in the Flying Crane Commander's test. These people's tone was sour and bitter. Fangjing's smile disappeared when he heard this, and his hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were secretly clenched. Brother! A trace of darkness flashed past Fangjing's eyes. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained who immortal blessed land in an unbelievable manner, Crane Gate announced that Fang Yuan was a disciple of Crane Gate. In this 1 year, Fangjing felt like he was living in the past, being suppressed by Fang Yuan. No matter how good his results were or how much progress he made, others would only praise him slightly before mentioning the even more outstanding Guiyue and Fang Yuan. Calm down, my disciple. Master Tencher's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. Master Tencher's experience was much richer than Fangjing's. These years of living together, he had a deep understanding of Fangjing. He consoled Fangjing. These years, I have seen your hard work. You are not inferior to your brother. Don't forget, you are already a rank 5 Gu Master, a quasi-master in enslavement path. Your brother is probably not your match now. And not long later, Fang Yuan will perish. For this plan, the sect will send out 3 supreme elders to reclaim who immortal blessed land. Your brother has no hope of survival. 3 supreme elders, that means 3 Gu immortal battle strength. Fangjing's eyes brightened. He licked his lips, but his gaze soon dimmed. Master Tencher knew what he was thinking. He laughed. Fangjing, don't feel any guilt. Your brother has already gone astray. He is walking on the demonic path. He actually killed his entire clan. This is the behavior of a beast that is worse than pigs and dogs. Fang Yuan is a true demon. You cannot have any sympathy for him. Killing him is for the benefit of the people of the world. Think about it. If he is alive, who knows how many more innocent people he will harm. Indeed, brother's hands are stained with blood. He is a butcher, an executioner. I want to take revenge for my clan, for my uncle and aunt, for Shun Chui heir. Fangjing shouted in his mind, encouraging himself. Yes, just like that. Master Tencheru was very satisfied with Fangjing's attitude. Think about these years. Your training in Fu Hu Blessed Land was so difficult and dangerous. 1 year in the outside world is 8 years in Fu Hu Blessed Land. You became a rank 5 Gu Master. You suffered so much. Wasn't it for the great plan to reclaim who immortal blessed land? Don't screw up. You cannot make a mistake at this crucial moment and disappoint everyone. Chapter 663. The light of wisdom illuminated the stone walls of the cave in a myriad of colors. Fang Yuan stood there quietly. After a long time, he opened his eyes and slowly walked out of the range of the halo. The willpower in his mind was almost used up. The will produced by mortal Gu was limited. It could not compare to wisdom path immortal Gu. However, the reason why I failed to deduce the Crane Gate was not because I lacked willpower, but because I didn't have enough clues. Fang Yuan reflected in his heart. Over the past few days, he had used the light of wisdom many times and had gained some experience. Wisdom Gu and Sure Fa were different. Wisdom Gu emitted the light of wisdom, giving Gu masters endless inspiration. But the result of thinking was based on the user's foundation, as well as the deductive evidence. Fang Yuan had just failed to deduce the Crane Gate's plot against who immortal blessed land because he had gathered too little evidence. In conclusion, the deeper the user's foundation was, the more evidence they had gathered and the more accurate the deduction would be. Of course, the more evidence he had, the more factors he had to refer to, and the more thoughts and willpower he had to expend. Especially when deducing immortal goo recipes, there were too many factors to consider, and the expenditure of will would be huge. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a goo master ascended to an immortal. During this process, the goo master would ask the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth would give the answer, without the goo master needing to think. Take a mathematical problem on Earth as an example. For example, solving a multivariate equation. If a goo master used wisdom goo, their thoughts would be expended rapidly and their inspiration would burst forth, deducing many ways to solve problems. Some of these paths led to dead ends. Some could only give wrong results. Only a few of them had the correct method and could deduce the correct result. On the other hand, natural imitation was equivalent to directly giving the correct answer. The user gets the correct answer, but he didn't know how it was solved. Therefore, when learning from nature, one should not ask questions that are too profound. Feng Yuan would not directly ask how to achieve immortality. Perhaps heaven and earth would give him the answer, but he would never understand it. It was like a child who had yet to learn mathematics and saw a linear equation. Of course, he would not understand the answer. Understand the answer. Children have to learn every number, unknowns, positive and negative numbers, etc. However, this was only the basics of the basics. To goo masters, for questions that were too profound, even if they had the answer, they would not be able to understand or use it. Even if he followed the natural imitation. Ask about all aspects of the answer to the conundrum. Learning the basics of understanding would take too much time, and the amount of information would be too large. Even a brain might not be able to handle it. Therefore, the best way to make full use of nature's imitation was to build a solid foundation according to one's own reality, layer by layer. However, in Wisdom Path, there were also immortal goo that could allow the goo immortal to obtain the answer directly. It was heavenly secret goo. Goo masters did not need thoughts to collide. They did not need to deduce. They could grasp a trace of heaven's secret and obtain the answer directly. According to historical records, this goo was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He once possessed the rank 8 Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo, but after his death, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo vanished without a trace. There has been no news of it ever since. Feng Yuan thought of Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo. Goo worms only had one effect. Even rank 9 Wisdom Goo was no exception. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the greater its power. If the Wisdom Goo was truly activated, its effect would definitely be terrifying. But no matter how strong it was, it could not reach the effect of Heavenly Secret Goo. It is rumored that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is a rank 9 goo master who can follow heaven's will the most. Heavenly Secret Goo was created by him to sense heaven and earth. It was also the result of his attempts to imitate nature. If I had Heavenly Secret Goo, I would be able to form an incredible combination with Wisdom Goo. If someone uses Heavenly Secret Goo to test me, all of my secrets will be exposed. Heavenly Secret Goo allowed the goo master to ask heaven and earth directly. As long as it happened in the world, there was nothing the world didn't know. As the saying goes, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. As for the other Wisdom Path goo worms, Feng Yuan had no worries for now. Because the winds of assimilation assimilated everything, all traces of Feng Yuan's crimes in Imperial Court Blessed Land were wiped clean. Without Heavenly Secret Goo, Wisdom Path goo masters would have to make deductions step by step. They would need to gather evidence. The more evidence, the better. They were unable to obtain crucial evidence from Imperial Court Blessed Land, so they could only start from the battle for Imperial Court. In this way, it was not impossible to deduce Feng Yuan's true identity, but the probability was small, and it would take a lot of time. Northern Plains, Jade Pool Blessed Land. From a bird's eye view, the Blessed Land was filled with deep pools of all sizes, green and green. There were tens of thousands of them. With Chanyu Tribe's Goo Immortal Tong Zu at the lead, close to 10 Northern Plains Righteous Path Goo Immortals descended from the sky. Your tribe's Jade Pool Blessed Land is truly unique and fresh. These countless jade pools are like the stars in the sky. They are beautiful beyond compare. A female Gu immortal was walking in the sky as she spoke with emotion. Her long hair was like a cloak. It was 20 to 30 feet long. It was very eye-catching. These jade pools have different water qualities. They nurture countless water tribes. Dongfang tribe's fish groups and water plants are famous in jewel yellow skies. A male Gu immortal had a third eye on his forehead. It was shining with a strange light as he looked at the jade pool. Lady Morong Qingxi and Guan Xinjiao are too kind. My tribe's jade pool blessed land has only been in operation for over 6,000 years. It cannot compare to Morong tribe's Inyang blessed land, and cannot compare to Guan tribe's 10 desolation blessed land. The Gu immortal in front, Dongfang Yikong, smiled calmly as he spoke in the humble tone of Dongfang tribe. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of a superforce, Huangjin tribe, Dongfang tribe. The group of Gu immortals landed on the ground. This was an unremarkable place among the countless jade pools. Beside the jade pool, there was a small thatched hut. In front of the thatched hut, an old man was fishing by the side of the pool. This is an underworld eel. Guan Shenzhao's third eye on his forehead looked around. He muttered as he saw the scene in the deep pool. When the rest of the people heard this, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Sir Dongfang, we have not met for over 10 years. Back then, we charged into Snowy Mountain together and fought side by side. Time passed in a flash. Everyone stood still. The Gu immortal with the highest cultivation level, Tongzu, was the first to speak. Lord Tongzu, you are still as elegant as before. But I am on the verge of death. I dare not compare to you. The old fisherman slowly stood up. He was Dongfang Naganori, the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. Dongfang Yikong stood beside Chongfan. The latter said, "Today, Dongfang tribe is honored by your presence. It is our honor to have so many esteemed guests here. Everyone please come in." Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the thatched hut. The thatched hut was spacious. There was a plaza and a hall. In the plaza, there were 16 stone statues. They were arranged in an orderly yet disorderly manner. Their expressions were subtle, as if they contained some kind of mystical rule. This is Dongfang tribe's rank 6 immortal Gu house. Modest thatched hut? It is truly extraordinary. Someone immediately praised. Dongfang Naganori led everyone into the discussion hall. They sat down one by one. Northern Plains righteous path Gu immortals and representatives of various forces gathered here. Dongfang Naganori sat on the main seat. He looked at everyone and smiled. This time, I invited everyone here because I want to make a transaction with you. Guan Shenzhao and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. It was still Tongzu who replied, "Mr. Dongfang has not made deductions for others for decades. But in the letter, he said that he can make an exception for us and deduce the culprit behind the collapse of True Yang Building or other aspects. I wonder what we need to pay for this transaction?" Dongfang Naganori coughed and sighed. "My lifespan is coming to an end. I know there is no hope of prolonging it. But before I leave, I have some worries. One is for the great cause of the tribe. The second is for my descendants. I hope to make a transaction with everyone. I will make a deduction for each of your tribes after I die. I hope everyone can form an alliance with my Dongfang tribe." Alliance? Yes, I have already roughly prepared the detailed alliance agreement. Everyone can take a look. If you have any objections, you can change it on the spot. Dongfang Naganori took out 2 East Window Gu and handed them to the Gu immortals. The Gu immortals looked through it one after another. The conditions for forming an alliance were very relaxed. Dongfang Naganori did not even request for allies to help each other. He only requested that after he died, Dongfang tribe would be at peace for 50 years. During this period, all forces could not target, suppress, or attack Dongfang tribe. The Gu immortals could not help but feel excited. Dongfang Naganori was the publicly recognized #1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. There was no one more likely than him to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of True Yang Building. When Gu immortals cultivate, who would not encounter some cultivation problems or Gu immortal remnant recipes that needed to be deduced? With Dongfang Naganori's help, these problems could be resolved. Most importantly, after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, large numbers of goo worms were brought to all parts of northern plains by formless fists. Immortal goo auras appeared in many places, causing goo immortals to fight over them. At this time, as long as Dongfang Naganori deduced the location of the immortal goo, he could very likely obtain it. While everyone was moved, they could not help but praise Dongfang Naganori's shrewdness. If this was during normal times, Dongfang Naganori's price would be too little. But now, one deduction chance could very likely represent an immortal goo. This made the goo immortals extremely moved. All right, Sir Dongfang, our Chanyu tribe agrees to your conditions. Tong Zhu was the first to speak, followed by He tribe and Murong tribe's representatives. This situation was not out of Dongfang Naganori's expectations. His smile became even wider. In that case, Fairy Li Shan, please make a move. Fairy Li Shan? While everyone was shocked, they saw a rank 6 female goo immortal walk out from the back hall, appearing in front of everyone. Fairy Li Shan, how have you been? Someone immediately greeted her. Another goo immortal laughed. Sir Dongfang made ample preparations indeed. Even Fairy Li Shan came. But this Jade Pool Blessed Land does not have any mountains or rivers. How can we make an oath? At this time, goo immortal Dongfang Yikong, who had been silent all along, spoke. Everyone, don't worry, look here. Saying so, he opened his palm. There was a flash of light in his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. Don't tell me this is minuscule mountain? Murong Qingxi stared with wide eyes. She was the first to react and shouted in disbelief.
Yes.
Dongfang Yikong smiled modestly, but the pride in his bones could not be concealed. Chapter 664. In the underground cave, the light of wisdom was dim and uncertain. Fang Yuan was inside, standing silently. Only when the will in his mind was exhausted did he open his eyes and leave the light of wisdom. His deductions just now had some results. But Fang Yuan's heart was heavy because of this. To seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, I need over 6,000 mortal goo, among which almost half are rank 5 goo, as well as 2,000 rare goo, and over 800 ancient goo. Some of these ancient goo are on the verge of extinction, and some might already be extinct. My initial estimation is that if I really use this method, I will need about 23 immortal yuan stones. Fang Yuan was extremely poor. 23 immortal yuan stones was an unattainable number for the current him. But Fang Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this. Because Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster, the pressure on the first aperture was getting increasingly severe. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had turned into a zombie body, and his first aperture had become a dead aperture. Thus he could last until now. If it was the previous aperture, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I still have over 2 months to plan. If I exceed this time limit, even the first dead aperture will be destroyed. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. He was currently a living dead person. Even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing his first aperture would undoubtedly greatly affect his future cultivation potential. This was an immeasurable and disastrous loss. Fang Yuan was in a difficult situation. To earn 23 immortal yuan stones in a short period of time, the only way was to sell immortal goo recipes. After returning to Dang Hun Palace, Fang Yuan summoned Tai Bai Yunsheng. These days, I've been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, almost without sleep. But Land Spirit of Lengya's divine sense has never appeared. Tai Bai Yunsheng's answer disappointed Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Lengya used divine sense goo and called himself Lengya Old Immortal in jewel yellow skies and was quite active and experienced in jewel yellow skies. However, he had yet to show his face, and it seemed like there was no news about him at all. Fang Yuan keenly sensed that there might be a problem with the Land Spirit of Lengya. He recalled that in his previous life, Lengya Blessed Land had suffered 7 waves of attacks. When I was in Northern Plains, there were already 2 waves of enemies attacking Lengya Blessed Land. Don't tell me the third wave of attacks has already occurred, causing the land spirit of Langia to have no time to refine goo and is tired of dealing with them? In this regard, the memories from his previous life could not help Fong Yuan. He only remembered that there were 7 waves of attacks, but he did not remember the exact time when these 7 waves of attacks took place. Even if he remembered the exact time, this world had already been greatly affected and changed by him. Perhaps after layers upon layers of influence, the attack would be brought forward. My horizons have been broadened these past few days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half a piece of immortal yuan stone. A caddy of hurricane mountain pepper was sold for 1 immortal yuan stone. What the hell was a divine pearl necklace? To think that 10 of them could be sold for half an immortal yuan stone. And that threaded white thread iron is even more exaggerated. It is only the size of a pinky finger, but it actually costs 3 immortal yuan stone. Oh heavens, I have completely discovered that I am truly a pauper. Tai, by Yunxing talked about his gains these past few days. He chattered endlessly and sighed deeply. These days, Fong Yuan had been interacting with him day and night, and found that he was gradually revealing a shortcoming. That was, he was too talkative and chattered endlessly. Fong Yuan handed him a letter goo, interrupting his chatter. This is a letter from Crane Gate. Take a look. Tai Bai Yunxing focused his attention, his brows furrowed into a knot. Crane Gate sent another letter, this time with an even harsher and fiercer tone. Their intention to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land was very clear. Crane Gate even used the tone of a victor, arrogantly asking Fong Yuan to surrender. These guys, it seems they have gone crazy thinking about Dang Hun Mountain. If it were me, I would at least try to calm you down and secretly carry out my attack. Aren't they afraid that we will be on guard against them? Tai Bai Yunxing said with an unhappy expression. This is the strength and confidence of Crane Gate. They are one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They have incomparably deep foundations and have already been standing on Fei He Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Other than this, I think they are also trying to force me and probe my background. Fong Yuan analyzed. That's right, Crane Gate is even stronger than any of the super forces in Northern Plains. We are alone, while they are a colossus that is becoming more and more aggressive. In front of them, it will be very difficult for us to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunxing considered his words, carefully looking at Fong Yuan. He already had the intention to retreat, to give up Hu Immortal Blessed Land and leave, but he did not say it clearly. Fong Yuan naturally knew what he was thinking. Tai Bai Yunxing was a healing goo master. He had a benevolent personality, but could also be said to be weak. He seriously lacked the will to fight back. Fong Yuan did not have any intention to blame Tai Bai Yunxing. In fact, Fong Yuan had also thought of retreating and giving up Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After all, the benefits that Dang Hun Mountain represented were too great. Crane Gate and the other super forces would definitely want it. But that was only when they had no other choice. As long as there was hope, as long as there were benefits, Fong Yuan would not give up easily. Thus, Fong Yuan consoled Tai Bai Yunxing. Crane Gate might be one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a super force and colossus, but they also have their own problems. How many methods can they spare to deal with us? I can guarantee it is not as exaggerated as you think, especially when they greatly underestimate our true battle strength. Life was not easy. Crane Gate also had their own difficulties. In today's Central Continent, new sects emerged one after another, constantly bringing huge impacts to the 10 great ancient sections. The 10 great ancient sects occupied the most important and the most essential cultivation resources in Central Continent. Naturally, they had to withstand the impact of new forces from all directions. In history, Immortal Crane sect had been at its peak a few times, but now it was clearly far from its peak. Crane Gate had not expanded for many years. This meant that they also had their own shackles. Since Junior Brother insists on fighting a tough battle with Crane Gate, then I can only risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the situation is, I will support you until the last moment. Tai Bai Yunxing patted his chest and swore. Fong Yuan nodded. Old Bai, don't worry. I, Gua Fong Yuan, am not a stubborn person. If things go south, I will definitely take the initiative to retreat. It might not be difficult to defeat Crane Gate's first wave of attack. But the key difficulty is not here. Crane Gate has a lot of assets. If we defeat them, they will attack again soon. The more times this happens, the stronger Crane Gate's attacks will be, and they will pay more attention to us. To solve this problem, we need to rely on the general situation. We need to form alliances and borrow the strength of the other ancient sections. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded repeatedly. He agreed with Fong Yuan's words. However, junior brother, you've already sent a letter to Spirit Affinity House, but they have yet to reply. Did our letter Gu get intercepted by Crane Gate? Should we send a few more letters? Fong Yuan shook his head. The letter Gu he used to contact Spirit Affinity House was not his, but the rank 5 letter-sending green bird Gu created by Feng Jiuge. Back then, Fong Yuan defeated Feng Kim Hong and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Kim Hong was indignant. He sent a challenge letter using this letter-sending green bird Gu. But Fong Yuan did not reply to the challenge. He directly detained this letter Gu. He had once guessed that the owner of this letter Gu was likely to be Feng Jiuge, because back then, Feng Kim Huang's cultivation had not even reached rank 5. Other than Feng Jiuge, there was also his wife, Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing. No matter who the owner was, this letter Gu had already been lent to Fong Yuan. The original intention was for Fong Yuan to reply to the challenge letter. This time, Fong Yuan used this letter Gu to contact Spirit Affinity House. Fong Yuan was originally very confident in this letter. But Spirit Affinity House did not reply for a long time. Fong Yuan could not be too confident. According to common sense, letter-sending green bird Gu was created by Feng Jiuge. To a certain extent, it represented this expert's will and face. The possibility of offending his dignity and intercepting the green bird Gu was not high. But this possibility could not be ruled out. Thus, Fong Yuan nodded and accepted Tai Bai Yunxing's suggestion. All right, let's wait for another 7 days. If we don't get a response, we'll send another letter. Days passed. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in a predicament. Strong enemies were approaching from the outside, while cultivation resources were severely lacking. Even though there were ways to use zombie bodies and wisdom Gu to deduce and sell immortal Gu recipes, regrettably, Fong Yuan did not have the capital to start with. He could only put it aside for the time being. Land Spirit of Lengia and Spirit Affinity House were the keys to break out of this predicament. But unfortunately, there was no news of these two keys. He did not know when he could obtain them, or if he could not obtain them in his entire life. The difficulties of fate, the unknown road ahead, the perplexity, shrouded Fong Yuan once again. It seems my luck is still not that good. Fong Yuan mocked himself. There was no helping it. With spring-autumn cicada, his luck was getting worse and worse. He tried to ask Mo Yao about an immortal Gu remnant recipe that was slightly more complete, but Mo Yao said she did not know. She was residing in Fong Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle of Northern Plains. She knew that Fong Yuan had wisdom Gu, thus it was not hard to guess Fong Yuan's intentions. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. She was very likely to know an immortal Gu remnant recipe that fit Fong Yuan's criteria. But if she did not say it, Fong Yuan lacked wisdom path methods. He could not do anything to her. Under such a situation, He Lulan suddenly arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. Fong Yuan had lost a Stargate Gu. He could not return to Northern Plains by himself. He Lulan was able to arrive at Dang Hun Mountain using fixed immortal travel. As for why she knew about the scenery here, that was because Fong Yuan had sent her a will of his own accord. This was the agreed plan, but Fong Yuan was still surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month until the agreed time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. He Lulan's tone was deep, revealing a trace of anxiety. To be able to make this ambitious person anxious, it seemed the situation in Northern Plains was not optimistic. But soon, she realized something was wrong. She restrained her emotions and sneered with her arms crossed. Of course, I have another goal. I want to catch you off guard. After all, this should be your headquarters. If you set a trap for me, I might be able to disrupt your plans by coming here in advance. Chapter 665. Hearing Fong Yuan say, "Not enough," He Lulan snorted in displeasure. "Fong Yuan, you are not clear about Northern Plains' situation. Let me tell you, not long ago, Northern Plains' #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, invited all the super forces to make deductions for them. The condition was to form an alliance with Dongfang tribe and not target or suppress Dongfang tribe for 50 years after his death." Oh. Fong Yuan's gaze focused. There was such a thing? Then, what did he deduce? It is said that Dongfang Naganori made a deduction for each clan, involving Gu recipes, immortal Gu's location, methods to kill desolate beasts, and so on. He had already deduced many things about you. I am not clear about the details. But now, everyone knows you are not a Northern Plains Gu master. But there are also Northern Plains Gu masters around you, who are in cahoots with you. He Lulan answered. Tai Bai Yunqing's pupils shrunk. He said with some palpitation. He actually deduced so much information? As expected of Dongfang Naganori. He Lulan laughed coldly, continuing, "Fong Yuan, our lives are tied together. If I die, there's no guarantee that I won't betray you and Tai Bai Yunqing. Also, is wisdom Gu in your hands?" Tai Bai Yunqing's expression changed. He wanted to deny it, but stopped the impulse. Fong Yuan smiled calmly. "How can that be? Wisdom Gu was destroyed by the wind veil of assimilation. How could I bring it here?" Tai Bai Yunqing praised inwardly. Fong Yuan's lying skill was truly amazing. His tone and expression were flawless, filled with regret and other emotions, as if he had really lost wisdom Gu. He Lulan could not see any flaws. But at the next moment, she squinted and said in a rascally tone, "I don't care if you really lost wisdom Gu. I only know that wisdom Gu might be forced to survive. And I took the initiative to seek refuge with you. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. You must have known what I mean. It's not safe for you to hide in Zhongzhou State. Regardless of whether the wisdom Gu is really in your hands, as long as I leak the news of you possessing the wisdom Gu, it will be useless even if you hide to the ends of the earth. All the Gu immortals in the world will chase after you crazily until they find out the truth. Are you threatening me?" Fong Yuan's face turned cold as he slowly stood up.
He Lulan.
"You've got guts. Do you know that you are now in Danghun Mountain? As long as we give the order, the land spirit will completely activate Danghun Mountain. You can just die here." Tai Bai Yunqing shouted sternly. However, He Lulan threw her head back and laughed without fear. "Ha ha, even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's lair, what can it do to me? Before I left, I made some arrangements. As long as I don't go back, for 3 days. At that time, the whole of Northern Plains will know about you too. You will be the culprit behind the collapse of Northern Plains' True Yang building. Moreover, you will tell the whole world that wisdom Gu is in your hands." Tai Bai Yunqing's expression froze. He Lulan had indeed come prepared. This move just happened to hit his weakness. But at this time, Fong Yuan's gloomy words stopped He Lulan's laughter. "He Lulan, I know you are not afraid of death. But have you forgotten about your deep hatred?" He Lulan's expression changed, and her aura fell. Her gaze was like lightning as she looked at Fong Yuan. "State your conditions. First, you have to agree to the first condition. That is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner and return it to me. Next," Fong Yuan raised 4 fingers. "Secondly, after we work together, during the process of your revenge, we will split the spoils of war between you and me. After all, Tai Bai Yunqing and I are 2 Gu immortals." He Lulan snorted coldly. "You think only you have helpers and I don't? But forget it, I will agree to this." She hesitated inwardly, but still chose to give in, even though she had a tough personality. Fong Yuan smiled. From this, he could see the sincerity of the other party's cooperation. He continued, "Finally, I need to know the ins and outs of the entire matter. The reason why you wanted to kill your own father." He Lulan was silent for a while before agreeing. "You are indeed a suspicious person. I can also satisfy your third condition. Actually, there is nothing to hide." Next, from the conversation, Fang Yuan finally learned of He Lulan's secret of revenge. It turned out that the root of all this was 88-point Jinyang Tower. In True Yang Tower, there was a true inheritance called Yinyang Life Extension Method, which was taken away by He Qing long ago. Fang Yuan had coincidentally seen the empty light lumps left behind by the Yinyang Life Extension Method. This true inheritance was a lifespan extension method created by Giant Sun Immortal after researching Rinzhu. To use this method, a male and female Gu Immortal had to cooperate, and through intercourse, one party's lifespan could be extended. But this method had a flaw. If one party's lifespan was extended, the other party's lifespan would definitely be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one party's lifespan to the other. The story of Su Xian's night elopement had been widely spread in Northern Plains, causing countless Northern Plains girls to take the initiative to find their love. Over 200 years ago, Su Xian was a concubine daughter of Su tribe. Her status was not high, and she often served as a wine-pouring maid at banquets for esteemed guests. Once, when Su tribe leader hosted He Qing, Su Xian poured wine for him and fell in love at first sight. However, Su tribe leader plotted against He Qing, and He Qing was poisoned by a gu. His strength fell to rock bottom, and he was chased by others. After Su Xian learned of this, she resolutely left the tribe camp in the middle of the night to save He Qing, whom she had only met once. At that time, she only had rank 1 cultivation, and with Northern Plains wolf groups roaming at night, killing intent was everywhere. She was simply courting death. But by coincidence, she found He Qing, who was unconscious on the ground. He Qing was thus saved, and the conversation between the two became a classic that was passed down in Northern Plains. He Qing asked Su Xian, "I was plotted against by your Su tribe leader, and you are a Su tribesman. Why did you come to save me? An enemy of Su tribes?" Su Xian answered, "Young master has the air of a hero. I fell in love at first sight." Su tribe leader was short-sighted. He was incited by a villain to plot against young master, but did not consider the consequences of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to act willfully, Su tribe was destined to become a sacrificial pawn between the two super tribes. People often say, "Young master, you must repay kindness with a gushing spring." I saved young master today. I only hope that young master can take me in. Young master is taking revenge on Su tribe. This is a matter of course. But I only hope that young master can be merciful and leave behind a Su tribe bloodline. He Qing was greatly moved, tightly grabbing Su Xian's hand. He swore, "Your love is as deep as the sea. I, He Qing, am not a heartless person. How can I not repay you? From today onwards, you are my only wife. No matter how beautiful other beauties are, they have nothing to do with me. In this life, I will not let you down." From then on, the two became husband and wife. They were close friends. 100 years later, both of them became Gu Immortals, becoming a legend in Northern Plains. But what the public did not know was, not long after Su tribe, their clan was exterminated. He Qing had many wives and children. Su Xian was not the first, nor would she be the last. He Qing and Su Xian gave birth to a daughter, who took her father's surname. She was named Lulan. A few years later, Su Xian died. He Qing was extremely sad. He announced to the public, his beloved wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to He Lulan. She was gravely ill, and her strength was greatly reduced. Thus she died in the Blessed Land's earthly calamity a few years later. He obtained the Yinyang Life Extension Method in True Inheritance, secluded domain. It was kept a secret. For his own selfish desires, he had ulterior motives. He deceived my mother. My mother did not know the inside story. She trusted him and cooperated with him, but in the end, almost all of her lifespan was mercilessly taken away by him. After my mother died, he concealed the truth. He was still a righteous path Gu Immortal. He annexed my mother's aperture, taking away all the Gu worms she had accumulated in her life. He was a coward, a despicable and dirty person. In order to live longer, he actually killed the person who loved him the most. Before Mother died, she finally saw his true colors. She told me to be careful of him. Sure enough, my mother was right. Something seemed to have gone wrong in his cultivation. The lifespan that he took away was being consumed rapidly. He was facing the danger of his lifespan running out again. This time, he's targeting me. I have the great strength, true martial physique. Once I become a Gu immortal, I will have a deep foundation. If he used the yin-yang life extension method on me, he would waste even less lifespan and obtain even more. He Lulan revealed the dark inside story one by one, his calm tone revealing a bone-piercing hatred. Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head as he listened. To think that Lord He Qing was actually such a person, it is truly disappointing. He was previously a Gu immortal seed with hopes of becoming an immortal. He tribe's Gu immortal He Bai had secretly contacted him and had even expressed the intention of recruiting him. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing had always had a good impression of He tribe. He Lulan's words destroyed this good impression. The so-called righteous path has many people who are righteous on the surface, but are ugly and dirty in the dark. In contrast, the demonic path has countless people with true emotions. He Lulan sneered. Speaking of which, no wonder when the wind veil of assimilation was split open, you did not respond when He Qing called your name. Fong Yuan nodded, looking at He Lulan again. He had a different feeling. He Lulan was born in a noble family, but this was a tragedy. Her father assassinated her mother and now wanted to deal with her and take away her lifespan. She didn't have a warm family, and she was forced to disguise herself after many years of life-threatening crisis. She secretly worked hard and swore to avenge her mother. This was probably the main reason for her ambitious and ruthless nature. Without cause, there would be no effect, and with effect, there would be a cause. There was an old saying, heroes often meet their end. The hero here could also be replaced with ambitious and ruthless characters. Actually, it was not that heroes and ruthless characters often met with difficulties, but rather, the difficulties created them. From this aspect, heroes and ruthless characters were people with many difficulties in life. They encountered much more pain than ordinary people. And it was because of this pain that they learned and shaped them. Living happily, being a completely upright person, being open and above board, without any troubles, while obtaining countless achievements, winning fame and praise. Were there really such examples in reality? Fong Yuan thought back to Earth, to his previous life of 500 years, and sneered. But for those with achievements, there would be sacrifices. Those who were in high positions often had to sacrifice their morals. Of course, there were weirdos, lucky ones, and those who relied on their elders to hide, but how long could they last, and how many of them could there be? Speaking of which, when Rinzhu walked on his own path of life, his vision changed greatly. It was all darkness. He took the first step. Pa. The next moment, he stepped into the mud. He lifted his foot and wiped it with his hand. It was all mud. It was extremely smelly. He hesitated. Chapter 666. Outside the window, it was snowing quietly in the quiet room. The fragrance of tea pervaded the air. Beside the vermilion window frame, a woman was sitting. She was wearing a brocade leather skirt unique to Northern Plains women. There were purple-red flower buds embroidered on the leather skirt. The edges were shining with silver light. She wore a sapphire blue ribbon on her head. At the center of the ribbon was a pure white pearl. Her eyelids were lowered. Her eyelashes were thick. She breathed softly. Her hands were as white as snow. Her movements were light and slow. She was concentrating on brewing tea. The quiet room was not big. There was only her. But on the tea table, there were cups for 4 people. Suddenly, a dense jade light appeared in the quiet room. After the light dissipated, an old man's figure was revealed. The old man was tall and had a strange appearance. His hair was white like snow. His face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. They were warm and firm, containing the wisdom of life accumulated over time. Seeing the old man, the woman brewing tea raised her head, smiling with interest. "You are Tai Bai Yunxing." The old man was Tai Bai Yunsheng. He quickly looked around before bowing to the woman. Junior greet senior, Fairy Li Shan. The woman smiled and nodded. She was an influential person among Northern Plains Gu immortals, a rank 7 Gu immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She was young and beautiful, but her actual age was much older than Tai Bai Yunsheng. After Tai Bai Yunsheng confirmed the surroundings were safe, he opened his immortal aperture. 2 figures jumped out. One turned into He Lulan, the other was an 8-armed immortal zombie, 6 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs. It was Gyue Fong Yuan. Little aunt, I am back. He Lulan sat beside Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold, but her gaze revealed a trace of intimacy. Fairy Li Shan looked at He Lulan warmly, sighing. Next, her gaze turned to Fong and Bai. My relationship with Little Lan has always been kept a secret. Outsiders do not even know we know each other. Today, she exposed it. It shows she is sincere in cooperating with the 2 guests. Especially you, Fong Yuan. Xiaolin has mentioned you to me many times in the past few days. You've done a great thing. You actually collapsed the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Fong Yuan laughed. Using the hoarse voice unique to zombies, he said, Fairy, you flatter me. It's not my wish that things have come to this. Tell the truth. I've always had my doubts about He Lulan's proposal. But I didn't expect you to have such a close relationship with He Lulan. That is for the best. With Fairy's immortal Gu Mountain pledge, I will not be able to do anything. Only then will our alliance be secure. Not long ago, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan revealed the secret of her revenge. After that, she told Fong Yuan about her relationship with Fairy Li Shan. Fong Yuan was both surprised and not surprised. He Lulan had been under the strict supervision of Gu Immortal He Cheng. She could not have gotten to where she was with her own efforts. Other than her own hard work, there had to be external help. Please take a seat. This is the freshly brewed snow oil tea. Fairy Li Shan gestured for Fong and Bai to sit down. Fong Yuan waved his hand, rejecting, let's establish the alliance first. It won't be too late to drink it after the tea. Junior Fong is really decisive. Fairy Li Shan praised, before summoning an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu. It was a Dada worm. It was thick and sturdy, bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was made of gray stone. There was a pair of huge pincers on its head. Its back was not smooth. It was like a craggy mountain wall. There were moss-like markings on the joints of its limbs. Fairy Li Shan explained at an appropriate time. This is a rank 6 information path immortal Gu. It is as famous as Si Vow Gu. As long as you choose a tall mountain to make the vow, as long as this mountain exists, the vow cannot be violated. Junior Fong, which mountain do you want to choose to make the vow? Fong Yuan slightly raised his brows, pointing outside the window as he laughed hoarsely. What place can be better than this mountain's? Tai Bai Yunsheng did not understand. He asked in confusion, what mountain is this? This mountain is called Snowy Mountain. Fairy Li Shan smiled. Snowy Mountain. I have heard of it somewhere. Wait, is this the base of Northern Plains' demonic path Gu Immortals? Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Tai Bai Yunsheng cried out in shock. Where else did you think it was? He Lulan snorted coldly. Fong Yuan continued to introduce to Tai Bai Yunsheng. There is a difference between mortals and immortals. Old Bai, you have just advanced. You have only heard some information about Northern Plains Gu Immortal World from me. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3rd peak. You can call her 3rd leader. 3rd leader. Tai Bai Yunsheng stared at Fairy Li Shan. He had never expected such a gentle and quiet woman to be a demonic path Gu immortal. Moreover, she was the 3rd leader of Northern Plains' largest demonic path base. Cough, cough, cough. Dongfang Naganori was lying on the bed, coughing nonstop. Every time he coughed, his already pale face became even more ashen. Lord. A handsome young man stood beside the bed. He had a mournful expression. He wore white clothes, his face was like jade, his eyes were deep, and he had a calm and mature temperament. It was Dongfang Yuliang. No need to be sad. Liang air, cough, death, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of heaven. Dongfang Naganori said this. He gasped for breath and recovered some strength, continuing, "Your talent is better than mine. In the entire tribe, you're the one I favor the most. Only you can shoulder the heavy responsibility of bringing Dongfang tribe back to glory. I, Dongfang Naganori, am not wrong about you. Lord Supreme Elder." Dongfang Yuliang's eyes were red. He choked with emotions and was speechless. The dying old man in front of him was his benefactor. He, Dongfang Yuliang, lost his parents when he was 11. Not only did he have to make ends meet, he also had to take care of his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qingyu. To preserve his life, he was forced to give away the inheritance left behind by his parents. But precisely because of this, he was favored by Dongfang Naganori. Not only did he become a trusted aide, his sister was also taken good care of. Afterwards, Dongfang Yuliang even received personal guidance from Dongfang Naganori. The latter disregarded all obstacles and appointed Dongfang Yuliang as the current tribe leader. Dongfang Yuliang lost the imperial court contest. He was ostracized and suppressed by all sides after returning to the tribe. It was Dongfang Naganori who protected him, shielding him from the wind and rain, putting in a lot of effort. Dongfang Naganori became weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times but could not speak. Finally, he spoke with a soft voice. "Give me your hand." Dongfang Yuliang stretched out his hand and held the old man's right hand. The old man held a gu in his hand. This gu, take it." Dongfang Naganori's face flushed red. He felt a surge of strength before he died. He stared at Dongfang Yuliang and said with concern, "Although Dongfang tribe and the other Righteous Path tribes have signed an alliance agreement, the affairs of the world are unpredictable and hard to predict. After I die, Dongfang tribe will go from prosperity to decline. You are my inheritor. You must be careful. Once this gu is activated, it will bring you to a secret place. There are cultivation resources I have prepared for you, my experience in immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history, and my life's wisdom path comprehension. Remember to prioritize your own safety. There is no need to rush. In the tribe, there are demonic path spies." Saying so, Dongfang Naganori's expression turned sluggish. The redness on his face faded, and his eyes lost the last trace of luster. "Lord!" Dongfang Yuliang's face was already covered in tears. He could not help but cry out in sorrow. Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Naganori, died. When the news spread, Dongfang tribe's sorrowful cries continued for 3 days and 3 nights. And all the Northern Plains forces, as well as the righteous and demonic path gu immortals who received the news, let out sighs of relief. Dongfang Naganori was a legendary figure. When he was born, Dongfang tribe was already on the decline. They only had the name of a superforce, but no longer had the strength to back it up. Dongfang Naganori became a gu immortal and led the tribe. He schemed in many ways, using wisdom path methods to form alliances. He made strong friends and killed weak neighbors. He even schemed to make enemies fight against each other, finally allowing Dongfang tribe to rise again. Dongfang tribe's rise was mostly due to Dongfang Naganori alone. But precisely because of this, all the Northern Plains gu immortals realized Dongfang Naganori's power. When wisdom path gu immortals wanted to deal with their enemies, they often did not even need to personally make a move. They could teach them a lesson. Their schemes were meticulous, one after another. Those who were schemed against would feel like they had sunk into a swamp. Even if they realized it, they would not be able to free themselves. The gu immortals were all wary of Dongfang Naganori. They secretly came to a tacit agreement. They prohibited the sale of lifespan gu to Dongfang Naganori, and even secretly destroyed Dongfang tribe's plan to plunder lifespan gu. Dongfang Naganori schemed against others, and was schemed against by others in the end. The sun shone brightly, crescent lake's ripples sparkled, dragonfish jumped out of the lake from time to time. The lakeside was covered in snow. This was the remnant of the 10-year blizzard disaster. Feng Yuan destroyed Giant Sun Immortals arrangements. The blizzard disaster flooded Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus, Northern Plains disaster was much smaller than before. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was gone and Truyong Building was destroyed, Northern Plains no longer had the 10-year blizzard disaster. The snow slowly melted under the sunlight. In the snow, there was already grass growing out of it. Pieces of green and white were mixed together. Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing moved together. On the way, they saw many water wolves and lone tri-horned rhinos. There was originally a dense horseshoe forest here, but now large areas of the forest had been crushed by the snow and frozen to death. The change in scenery gave Feng Yuan some trouble. He was looking for the path to Langya Blessed Land, the purple stone forest that thieving heaven demon Venerable had set up. 3 days had passed since he formed an alliance with He Lulan. Little Hu Immortal stayed behind to guard Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She had been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, but Langya Old Immortal's divine sense had not arrived yet. Feng Yuan took back his fixed immortal travel and used this immortal goo to go to Crescent Lake. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings, Feng Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land. He planned to use thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangements again to enter. Because of the change in environment, he could not directly teleport to the purple stone forest. It was all thanks to Tai Bai Yunxing that he could directly arrive at Crescent Lake. When he was roaming in Northern Plains, he had once stayed by Crescent Lake. He dug a cave and made some simple arrangements, living there for 2 to 3 months. Chapter 667. Found it. Feng Yuan's eyes brightened. He stopped in front of a purple stone pillar. Tai Bai Yunxing looked towards the direction of the voice, seeing that this crucial stone pillar was very ordinary. Only at the base of the stone pillar, there was a stone that was smooth like a stool. It looked quite special. It is here. Feng Yuan stretched out his thick, monstrous hand, sweeping away the snow on the stone stool, confirming again. After Tai Bai Yunxing entered his immortal aperture, Feng Yuan sat on the stone stool and used a goo worm to cut his arm, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. His blood was no longer red like a normal person. It was jade green, it had no temperature, it was very cold. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had secretly used a mysterious goo worm on the purple stone pillar. It quickly absorbed all of the jade green zombie blood. Ma Hongyun's figure flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. This opportunity originally belonged to Ma Hongyun. Feng Yuan was the one who stole it. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were brought out of the wind curtain of assimilation with the luck path true inheritance. They were fought over by Northern Plains righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. It was a chaotic scene back then. Right now, there was no news of them. They were definitely captured by a Gu immortal. Whether they could escape or what happened to them, no one knew. Compared to his previous life, Ma Hongyun's situation was much worse now. It could be seen that even luck that rivaled the heavens was not omnipotent. Luck could only provide opportunities. Whether one could make use of it or resist it depended on the Gu Master's strength and methods. Right now, Ma Hongyun was still being searched crazily. It was unknown which Gu immortal had hidden them. The temptation of the luck path true inheritance was especially great for Northern Plains Gu immortals. It was extremely huge. My spring-autumn cicada has the weakness of weakening one's luck. If I can use the luck path true inheritance to make up for this weakness, that would be for the best. Ever since rebirth, I have suffered enough from bad luck. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. Not only was Ma Hongyun guilty of having a treasure, most importantly, in this trip to Northern Plains, Ma Hongyun was a witness. He was likely to expose Feng Yuan. Therefore, Ma Hongyun was also killed by He Lulan. Killing Ma Hongyun was already part of the Snow Mountain Alliance. Entering Langya Blessed Land again, Feng Yuan was not the same as before. He directly entered the quiet room in the Cloud Pavilion. Langya Blessed Land's terrain was unique. It was a vast expanse of white cloud soil. The 12 pavilions were separated from each other. They stood on the cloud soil and were called the 12 Cloud Pavilions. However, what Feng Yuan saw was a messy scene. The fertile cloud soil was full of holes. Some of the holes were filled with ice. Some of the pits were still emitting black smoke. Tai Bai Yunxing came out of Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Seeing this scene, he immediately blurted out, "There was a huge battle here not long ago. Looks like the land spirit of Langya is really in trouble." Fong Yuan didn't say anything. He just looked at the 12 cloud pavilions in the distance. These 12 pavilions each had their own unique characteristics. Some were surrounded by red-crowned cranes, some were inhabited by winged people, and some were filled with colorful clouds. Some were filled with sandalwood fragrance. But now, of these 12 cloud pavilions, 8 were intact. The remaining 3 had been heavily damaged by the attacks. The richly ornamented pavilions had turned into rubble. What's going on? We have already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. Why has the land spirit not appeared? Tai Bai Yunxing frowned, feeling even more alert. Let's go in and take a look, Fong Yuan said. The two flew over, getting closer to the 12 cloud pavilions. Look there. There is a desolate beast corpse. Halfway through, Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly pointed in a direction, saying, only to see a giant fish lying on the cloud's soil, not moving. It was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. On its back, there were bony spikes growing out of its body, extending outwards. Its scales were blue in color. Its dead fish eyes were as large as a horse carriage, with some starlight left in them. This is the desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish, Fong Yuan said. He knew that the land spirit of Langya had a beast enslavement immortal goo that enslaved 12 desolate beasts, hiding in the 12 cloud pavilions. Was this spine-fin star dragonfish one of the 12 desolate beasts? Someone came in. In the dark secret room, the land spirit of Langya suddenly opened his eyes, sensing Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's presence. In front of him was a goo immortal. He had a middle-aged appearance, giving off a rather imposing aura. His appearance was similar to a normal person's. He had black skin and white hair. He was an Inkman goo immortal. What? Another strong enemy? The Inkman goo immortal heard the land spirit's words and immediately became nervous. So it is this brat. Phew, he scared me. No worries, I know this person. He came here half a year ago. The land spirit of Langya let out a breath of turbid air after sensing with all his concentration. The Inkman goo immortal raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not think that someone else besides him could come to Langya Blessed Land as a guest. Since he is a friend and not an enemy, then it is easy. We have already been in the secret room for 3 days and 3 nights. After a while, we will be able to remove a layer of the seal on your body. At this time, we cannot be disturbed. The Inkman goo immortal felt a huge weight lift off his heart. But we cannot let them get close to the cloud building. Old friend, you don't know. This kid is extremely crafty. He is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. I suffered a huge loss at his hands. Let me mobilize the desolate beasts to stop him for now. The land spirit of Langya said while gritting his teeth. We have been here for so long, but the land spirit of Langya has not appeared. It seems something big has happened here. The one who attacked Langya Blessed Land is definitely not a single person. Such a force is not to be trifled with. We should quickly search the battlefield and retreat. Just as Tai Bai Yunxing said this, a huge, yellow metallic mountain rock slowly emerged from the cloud soil. The huge rock moved nimbly and blocked the two. Desolate beast. Tai Bai Yunxing was on guard. The desolate beast did not have eyes. It only had a pair of huge pincers in front of it. No one dared to doubt the power of this sinister weapon. Next, the other 9 pairs of pincers also extended from the sides of the huge rock. The pincers were deeply inserted into the cloud soil, supporting the desolate beast's mountain-like body. At this point, Tai Bai Yunxing finally recognized this desolate beast. This is the Swamp Sovereign King, Swamp Crab. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. He was very clear about Swamp Crab. In this life, after he obtained to Immortal Blessed Land, he encountered a swamp crab during tribulation. Most importantly, that swamp crab actually had Gruel Mud Immortal Goo on it. It brought disaster to Dang Hun Mountain. In order to save Dang Hun Mountain, Fong Yuan stepped into Northern Plains and conspired to obtain Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before Immortal Goo. Right now, Fong Yuan risked his life to not only save Dang Hun Mountain, he even recruited Tai Bai Yunxing to his side. It could be said that he obtained both man and goo. The swamp crab blocked the two's path. Tai Bai Yunsheng stopped and asked Fong Yuan, "What do we do now?" Fong Yuan's gaze locked onto the desolate beast in front of him, saying softly, "Fight." "Be careful." Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. He quickly retreated, pulling some distance away from Fong Yuan. He was a healing goo immortal. Under normal circumstances, he would not take risks personally. This was also a consistent style of play that suited his temperament. Fong Yuan hovered in the air. He quietly looked at the swamp crab. Next, he breathed in deeply, his back straightened, and his 8 arms spread out. The muscles all over his body bulged, making him look like a steel monster. His eyes were blood red, his face was green, and his fangs were sharp, adding to his malevolent and terrifying aura. At the next moment, Fong Yuan suddenly moved. His body moved like a meteor, fiercely crashing towards the swamp crab. The swamp crab had a huge body, but it was extraordinarily agile. Its 9 pairs of pincers moved rapidly, causing its body to dodge to the side. But Fong Yuan was a flying master. He seemed to be unable to change his trajectory, but he suddenly changed direction and crashed into the swamp crab's back.
Boom.
With a thunderous sound, the swamp crab lowered its body from the impact of Fong Yuan's attack. Fong Yuan's 6-meter-tall body stood in a crater. This was the damage caused by his attack, just now. Tough enough. Fong Yuan grinned, retracting his 4 right fists. His fists, without exception, were all lacerated, exposing his bones. But Fong Yuan had already lost his sense of pain. The cracked bones in his fists were healing at a visible speed. After a few breaths of time, his 4 right fists recovered to their original state. Whoosh whoosh. 2 fierce gusts of wind attacked. The wings on Fong Yuan's back opened. He stepped on the ground and flew up like lightning, dodging the fierce gusts. 2 clanging sounds could be heard. Fong Yuan turned around and saw that the swamp crab's huge pincers were extending to his back at an unbelievable speed, clamping together fiercely. If Fong Yuan had dodged a little slower, he would have been in trouble. The battle strength of a desolate beast was comparable to a rank 6 goo immortal. Even if Fong Yuan had a heavenly zombie shell with a sharp increase in defense, he did not want to taste the feeling of being clamped by steel pincers. The swamp crab shell is extraordinarily hard. Its defense is almost flawless. I do not have methods to cut or drill it. I can only use brute force to counter brute force. Using brute force to counter brute force. That is the correct way. Thoughts collided in Fong Yuan's mind. He continued to fly up, looking down. In just a few breaths of time, the swamp crab's body was covered in large numbers of crabs. Some of these crabs were as large as tigers, fierce and fearless. Some had sharp pincers like steel needles. Some had limbs like 8 claws. They were extremely fast. This was the swamp crab's special ability. It could reproduce itself at any time, producing a huge crab army that would be loyal to it. Very good. Fong Yuan's gaze was cold. He took a deep breath and activated the killer move Myriad Self. A bead of green grape immortal essence was expended, activating the core immortal goo first. Following that, large numbers of goo worms were activated in a certain pattern. Fong Yuan punched out with 8 fists, attacking the swamp crab below. Bam bam bam, each fist burst out with a formless and colorless fist chi. Fist shadows flew. Fist chi rained down like a torrential rain. The swamp crab let out a sharp scream. Its body was pressed down by the unceasing fist chi. Countless fist chi smashed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become uneven. The scattered fist chi gathered again, forming Fong Yuan's strength path phantoms. In about 10 breaths of time, there was an army of strength path phantoms standing on the swamp crab's back. This is... Tai Bai Yunsheng was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen this killer move. The strength path phantoms surrounded the swamp crab. The crab army collapsed upon contact. The swamp crab could not hold on any longer. It screamed and struggled with all its might, but it could not hide its defeat. No matter how many strength path phantoms it destroyed, Fong Yuan would not stop attacking, and more strength path phantoms would be created at every moment. Chapter 668. The land spirit of Lengia looked at his swamp crab with a pained expression. This swamp crab was paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up. The 9 pairs of pincers were mostly dismembered, and even one of the largest pincers was shattered. Such a result made the Inkman-gu immortals and Tai Bai Yunxing feel a chill in their hearts. Fong Yuan had used over 10,000 strength path phantoms. He had over 3,000 left. He calmly stored the remaining phantoms in his immortal aperture. These phantoms could only exist for a certain period of time. After the time limit, the fist chi would dissipate and the phantoms would vanish. But if he could make use of them, Fong Yuan would make use of them without any wastage. Ever since he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains, he had not a single immortal Yuan stone. Thus he had not replenished a large number of mortal goo. He had already probed at the start of the battle. Just the 8-arm immortal zombie body alone could not pose any threat to the swamp crab with its hard armor. Thus, his only choice was to use the killer move Myriad Self. The core of this killer move was a soul path immortal goo in Fong Yuan's possession, thus it needed to expend green grape immortal essence. Earlier, the situation was unclear, so Fong Yuan resolutely gave up a bead of green grape immortal essence to control the situation. The killer move Myriad Self was worthy of being the fusion of enslavement path. Its power was extraordinary. The swamp crab that had once given Fong Yuan huge trouble and made Fong Yuan expend all his strength to deal with it could not even raise its head against Myriad Self. It was in a disadvantageous position with no hope of turning the tables. Brat, not only did you come to my house, you even injured my desolate beast. How are you going to compensate me? The land spirit of Lengia glared at Fong Yuan furiously. Tai Bai Yunxing was standing behind Fong Yuan. He looked at this land spirit with interest. The land spirit of Lengia had a tall and thin body, his hair was white like snow and his beard reached his chest. His face was rosy like a baby's. He wore a loose robe with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently burning with rage and glaring at Fong Yuan, his appearance would undoubtedly be even better, and he would look even more like an immortal. Fong Yuan was already familiar with the land spirit of Lengia. He stared at the land spirit of Lengia, who was tied up. Furrowing his brows, he said, "You're under seal. No wonder I couldn't hear from you at the jewel yellow skies. According to Northern Plains time, it has only been half a year since we last met. What happened to you?" The land spirit of Lengia's eyes widened, and he immediately retorted, "How did you end up like this?" He was neither a human nor a ghost. He ascended to become an immortal, and then he fell into a zombie state. Hee. You should have plenty of lifespan left. Humph. Land spirit of Lengia, you've lived for so long, yet you don't even know the simplest way to make a choice? If I didn't turn into a zombie, how could I appear in front of you again? How could I control such a powerful battle strength? But you, on the other hand, are regressing. You can't even refine goo now. You're really losing face for your main body. Fong Yuan sneered. He purposely provoked the land spirit. The land spirit of Lengia's sore spot was touched, and he stomped his feet in anger. Not long ago, Lengia Blessed Land was attacked by a mysterious force. Although the land spirit of Lengia repelled the invading enemies, his body was sealed by a chi path killer move. Thus, he invited his best friend to help him remove the seal. The land spirit of Lengia scolded at Fong Yuan. "Brat, you still have the cheek to talk about me? The collapse of Tru Yang building was definitely caused by you. Hee, so many people died. The clansmen of 2 super forces lost their lives. The whole of Northern Plains goo immortals are looking for you, the culprit. You've already become a street rat that everyone wants to kill. Your days must not be good." The Inkman-gu immortal and Tai Bai Yunxing's expressions changed. The Inkman-gu immortal's pupils shrunk. An intense impulse rose in his heart to cover the land spirit's mouth. But the land spirit had already blurted it out. It was too late. "How can you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being silenced by these two? The Inkman-gu immortal's heart involuntarily trembled with fear. The two people in front of him were actually the culprits who turned Northern Plains upside down and even destroyed Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. Too dangerous. This situation was bad. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at the Inkman-gu immortal with cold gazes. Even though the Inkman-gu immortal usually had a high status and extraordinary strength, he felt a chill in his heart being stared at by these two fierce people. Land Spirit of Lengya, why aren't you introducing this person to us? Fang Yuan chuckled. His voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to hear, making people feel uncomfortable. He did not want Land Spirit of Lengya to reply, who knew what the straightforward Land Spirit would say. Thus, the Inkman-gu immortal braced himself and stepped forward, saying, I am Mo Tansang. I live in Inkman City. I am the Inkman King of Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yunxing's brows rose. He had not expected this person to have such a background. He immediately had a whole new level of respect for the Inkman King. Right now, the 5 regions were ruled by humans. Variant humans lived in the cracks. Many of them were sold as slaves. Their lives were quite difficult. But in Northern Plains, the Inkmen were one of the variant humans who had the best situation. Many variant humans did not have a fixed residence, they could only wander around. But the Inkmen had built a city in Northern Plains. They had 3 Inkman-gu immortals. The Mo Tansang in front of them was the Inkman City Lord. Under his leadership, the Inkmen could resist the pressure from all sides, resist the greedy gazes of countless gu immortals, and maintain the Inkmen's survival. This was not easy. It showed the Inkman King's talent and methods. Inkman King Mo Tansang. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. He had an impression of this name. In his previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the Inkman King took advantage of the fact that humans were fighting amongst themselves and had no time to care about him. He seized the opportunity and developed vigorously, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he disregarded his dignity as a king and took the initiative to side with Lu tribe. He bowed to Lu tribe's first supreme elder as a servant. He had the status of a servant. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus they protected the Inkman forces. The Inkman forces developed steadily under this layer of protection. After Lu tribe declined, the Inkman King immediately abandoned Lu tribe and cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen already had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains territory. From this, it could be seen that the Inkman King Mo Tansang was a very powerful ruler. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring. He could also adapt to circumstances. He could not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan lightly praised. So it is the Inkman King. You indeed have a majestic aura that surpasses ordinary people. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The Inkman King quickly replied humbly. The person in front of him was the main culprit who destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. He was extremely vigilant against such a dangerous person. He took the initiative to explain, I have been good friends with the Land Spirit of Lengya for many years. In fact, Inkman City and Lengya Blessed Land have always had a close relationship. Our Inkman City is most proficient in Chi Path, and coincidentally, the Land Spirit of Lengya was struck by a Chi Path seal. Thus, we came to help. You are the dragon python that roams the world. You have stirred up the winds and clouds, causing the whole of Northern Plains to be in chaos. Such elegance, I cannot help but admire you. Our Inkman City. We have always been suppressed by the Huangjin tribes. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal had been excessively demanding of Inkman City, offering countless Inkman women as tributes. This means that you have destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. You have also helped us Inkmen take revenge. You are also the Land Spirit's friend. That means you are my Mo Tansang's friend. If you have any plans in the future, please come to Inkman City as a guest. As expected of the Inkman King, he was extremely eloquent. With just a few words, he was able to express his goodwill and was neither servile nor overbearing. It was very rare. who was a friend of this brat. The land spirit of Lengia shouted in dissatisfaction. However, he was very happy to hear Fong Yuan praise his friend. His anger from before had weakened. Fong Yuan nodded at the Inkman King, replying with deep meaning, "There is a chance. I will definitely go to Inkman City to take a look." Saying so, he looked at the land spirit of Lengia. Not buying the land spirit's words, he continued to provoke. "Land spirit, even if I am not your friend, you have to welcome me and refine Gu for me. Did you forget? I still have one chance to ask you to refine Gu. If I ask you to refine Gu, you have to do it even if you don't want to." The land spirit of Lengia had no shrewdness. His anger surged again. Normally, Gu immortals would ask him to refine Gu. Their attitudes were all polite and even fawning. When had he ever been so angered by Fong Yuan? But what Fong Yuan said was the truth. He still had one last chance to refine Gu. The land spirit of Lengia was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. He had to abide by the agreement that his main body had agreed to back then. "Damn this scoundrel. I am so angry, so angry." The land spirit of Lengia's face was red with anger, shouting loudly. Suddenly, he smiled happily. "Aha, I am trapped. This Chi-Path seal is too troublesome. There are 17 to 18 layers of seals. Earlier, the Inkman King only unlocked the first layer. Ha ha ha, I really can't help you refine Gu now. I can't do it, this is great." Ever since he was sealed, he had been bored to death. Unable to refine Gu, his greatest hobby had been taken away. But this time, he felt that he was very happy like this. It was all because of Fong Yuan's anger. Looking at this strange land spirit of Lengia laughing and shouting like an old urchin, Tai Bai Yunsheng felt this trip was not in vain. His horizons had been broadened. The Inkman King was silent. He had a huge business. He did not want to offend Fong Yuan easily. Fong Yuan coughed, saying with a solemn expression, "All right, let's talk about serious matters. Since you can't refine Gu, forget it. I came here for another matter. I want to make a deal with you." "Deal? What deal?" the land spirit of Lengia asked. The Inkman King immediately became vigilant. Although the land spirit of Lengia had high intelligence, he had an honest nature. It was hard to guarantee that he would not be deceived. As the land spirit's good friend, if Fong Yuan really had bad intentions, he would stand up and expose the other party's scheme. "The deal is simple. You should still remember that I am a wisdom path Gu master, right? I am willing to deduce an immortal Gu recipe for you, and you will pay me immortal Yuan stone as compensation. This is a win-win deal." Fong Yuan said. "Deduce a Gu recipe?" The land spirit of Lengia stared with wide eyes. After being dazed for a while, he laughed loudly again. He was rocking back and forth in laughter. If his hands were not tied, he would probably be slapping his thighs in laughter. The land spirit of Lengia mocked. "Fong Yuan, oh Fong Yuan, you are a zombie now. You still want to deduce a Gu recipe? Or an immortal Gu recipe? I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible." The Inkman King said, "If it is an immortal Gu recipe, even if it is an incomplete recipe, its value is extremely high. If I let Sir deduce it, if Sir cannot deduce it, wouldn't Sir also know the contents of the immortal Gu recipe?" The land spirit of Lengia was reminded. He immediately shouted in anger, "Good lad, you actually want to swindle an old man's immortal Gu recipe." Chapter 669. At once, everyone's gazes were attracted to the Gu worm in Fong Yuan's hand. The Gu worm was brimming with immortal energy. It contained surging laws. It was no doubt an immortal Gu. But no one knew what immortal Gu it was. Only Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart jolted. He recalled what Fong Yuan had once revealed to him. This Gu. Land spirit of Lengia's eyes shined. "I have never seen this Gu before. This is a new Gu." He jumped in front of Fong Yuan. His nose was only 2 to 3 inches away from the Gu worm. He sniffed it like he was smelling a flower. Next he shouted, "Ah, this is the aura of Luck Path. This is a Luck Path Gu worm. Good lad, you destroyed True Yong building, but it seems your gains are not small." Fong Yuan immediately mocked. To think that the great land spirit of Lengia is so ignorant. This is not a new goo. It had already appeared 10,000 years ago. Let me tell you, this goo is called Calamity Beckoning. It was created by a certain generation's fairy, Mo Yao, of Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao? Inkman King's eyes shined. If I remember correctly, this woman is one of the few legends in the history of Inkmen. She cultivated to rank 7, her charisma was outstanding. Even the famous sword immortal Bo Qing fell in love with her. The Inkman King seemed to be very familiar. When he spoke, his expression was somewhat fanatical. Sire, please don't blame me. I have used Senior Mo Yao as my role model since young. Thus I am very familiar with her deeds. Fong Yuan found it funny to think that this Inkman King was actually a fan of Fairy Mo Yao. But now was not the time to chat with Inkman King. Fong Yuan used this chance. He mocked Land Spirit of Lengia. Land Spirit of Lengia's face turned red from the humiliation. He wanted nothing more than to open a crack in the ground and hide inside it. He snorted continuously. But he could not refute Fong Yuan. After all, he did not recognize this immortal goo. Fong Yuan mocked for a while. Seeing that the time was ripe, he took back Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo and took out another immortal goo. Land Spirit of Lengia, didn't you claim to be knowledgeable? I'll give you another chance. Let me show you what kind of goo worm this is. The Land Spirit of Lengia immediately widened its eyes. He hurried forward to take a closer look. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath. His nervous expression turned into pride. Of course I recognize this immortal goo. It was called Cleanse Soul. It was a supplementary item for Soul Path Goo Immortals. Soul Dao cultivation required strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo was the best choice for strengthening the soul, while Luo Pa Valley's Fog and Luo Pa Wind were the best choices for refining the soul. The Lake Calming Soup was the first choice for calming the soul. This was Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. It could refine a goo immortal soul and get rid of the impurities. But if it is overused, it will expel the essence of the soul from the body. Oh? You actually recognize this goo? Fong Yuan pretended to be shocked, but inwardly thought, so this immortal goo is called Cleanse Soul. I called it Split Soul earlier wrongly. This Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was the core goo of the Killer Move Myriad Self. The Killer Move Myriad Self allowed Fong Yuan to create his own Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms contained a trace of Fong Yuan's soul, thus Fong Yuan could command them. He could move them like an arm, nimbly and flexibly. But precisely because of this, using the Killer Move Myriad Self would expend Fong Yuan's soul foundation. The Land Spirit of Lengia saw Fong Yuan's shock and the pride on his face intensified. But Fong Yuan continued, you are lucky this time. You happen to recognize this immortal goo. Hey, what do you mean by luck? This is my strength. If you have strength, you don't even know Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. You. Forget it. Look at this immortal goo. You definitely won't recognize it. Take it out, let me see its background. The Land Spirit of Lengia shouted. Fong Yuan took out another goo. The Land Spirit of Lengia concentrated, carefully identifying it. After a few breaths of time, he laughed. Haha, this is the Luck Path Immortal Goo. Rising Azure Cloud. Rising Azure Cloud? Tai Bai Yunxing interrupted. That's right. The Land Spirit of Lengia was proud, shaking his head. This goo is a movement immortal goo with a long history. Goo immortals can easily traverse mountains and rivers with it. What's more precious is that this goo can move up and down extremely quickly, far surpassing its peers. So this immortal goo is called Rising Azure Cloud. Fong Yuan pondered for a while, but he was unwilling to give up, taking out another immortal goo. Land Spirit, you seem to have a little bit of strength. Take a look at this goo first. Fong Yuan said. What do you mean by seem to have a little bit of strength? I definitely have it. The Land Spirit of Lengia retorted, his eyes shining as he stared at Fong Yuan's palm. After a few breaths of time, his expression changed. So it's you? What goo is this? Tai Bai Yunxing spoke again at an appropriate time. At this point, He had already seen through Feng Yuan's intentions. Although Feng Yuan had captured these immortal goo in Truyang Building, he did not know their origins and had been trying to figure them out. Needless to say, familiarizing himself with the effects of an unfamiliar immortal goo was a troublesome matter. The most direct method was to expend immortal essence to activate the immortal goo and see their effects. But there were many disadvantages to this. Firstly, immortal essence was precious. Secondly, immortal goo were powerful and might harm oneself. For example, Calamity Beckoning Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada, these immortal goo could not be activated blindly. Thirdly, some immortal goo's usage methods were very unusual. Even if they were activated, without a suitable target and environment, there would be no effect. Although Wisdom Goo could assist Feng Yuan, this was a deduction based on Feng Yuan's knowledge. The land spirit of Lengia did not suspect anything. He showed off his knowledge. This immortal goo is vicious and peculiar. It is a one-time consumable goo. Although I have not seen it personally, I have heard of its appearance from historical records and paid close attention to it back then. I have a special impression of it. This goo is called Woman's Heart. It is different from ordinary immortal goo. It combines nurturing and refinement. Feng Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. Goo worms were divided into nurturing, usage, and refinement, 3 aspects. Normally speaking, although these 3 aspects were related, they were independent of each other. Feng Yuan had never seen an immortal goo that combined nurturing and refinement. But there was a type of goo worm that combined nurturing and usage. Feng Yuan was very proficient in it in his previous life. It was the infamous rank 5 goo, blood guillotine. Then this woman's heart that combined nurturing and refinement. What goo is it? Feng Yuan was curious, but it was not convenient for him to ask this question directly. At this time, Tai Bai Yunsheng cooperated. It can actually combine nurturing and refinement. I have lived for so long. This is the first time I have heard of it. The land spirit of Lengia glanced at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Lad, you are still young. You have not lived long enough. The number of goo worms is as vast as the sea. They vary greatly. Nurturing, usage, and refinement. All 3 aspects are profound and profound. As the saying goes, woman's heart is the most vicious. This immortal goo, woman's heart, is a poison path immortal goo. Its poison is extremely fierce. We need to feed it. We need a woman's heart. The process of feeding it is a process of continuous refinement and refinement. The more hearts you feed it, the more venomous it will be. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. It needs a woman's heart? So vicious. This is a demonic goo. And then, actually, we can use a female variant human's heart as a substitute, but the effect is slightly worse than a human's heart. The same poison requires even more female variant human hearts. The land spirit of Lengia recalled. Tai Bai Yunsheng said with a solemn expression, even variant humans. They are living beings. They have parents, they have flesh and blood, they have feelings and hatred. How can they be sacrificed so easily? Just to feed a demonic goo? Saying so, Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Feng Yuan worriedly. Feng Yuan was expressionless. He put away the immortal goo, woman's heart, and took out another immortal goo, land spirit of Lengia. I admit you do have some ability. But it is only at this level. You are slightly inferior to me. Ha ha ha, this immortal goo in my hand. You will definitely not be able to guess its origin. Feng Yuan was very confident. The land spirit of Lengia's gaze was attracted by the new immortal goo. This is also a luck path immortal goo. He sniffed with his nose, his expression clearly becoming nervous. But after a few breaths of time, the nervousness on his face disappeared. He let out a breath of turbid air. I recognize this immortal goo. Haha. Back then when my main body and giant son immortal discussed cultivation, I saw this immortal goo. Oh? Is there really such a coincidence? Feng Yuan said with an expression of disbelief. Of course. The land spirit of Lengia's eyes were spewing fire. Feng Yuan's expression of disbelief made him feel very unhappy. To prove himself, he said everything he knew. This immortal goo is called Connect Luck. Its effect is very special. It can link the Goo Master's luck with other people's luck. If one side has good luck, it will be shared with the other side. Similarly, if one side has bad luck, it will also affect the other side. If you also have luck inspection goo, you can observe other people's luck. If you see a lucky person, you can use this Connect Luck Immortal Goo. But this is not the best way to use it. Because luck is like the tide, it rises and falls unpredictably. If you want to use it like this, you will need another Break Luck Immortal Goo. A better way is to use other Luck Path Immortal Goo together, to link your luck with the luck of mountains and rivers, the luck of rivers, the luck of blessed lands and grotto heavens, or even the luck of immemorial desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunsheng understood the logic and nodded in agreement. That's right. Famous mountains and rivers have existed for a long time. Blessed lands and grotto heavens are not easily destroyed, and immemorial desolate beasts are comparable to rank 8 Goo immortals. The luck of these things is much more reliable than a person's luck. The land spirit of Langya side. Luck path is a different path. It points to the depths of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The one who created it, Giant Sun Immortal, had shocking talent and extraordinary talent. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal discussed Tao with my main body for 7 days and 7 nights. Even my main body was filled with admiration towards him. The Inkman King added, the 10 venerables in history are all supreme monuments. Even as an Inkman, I have no choice but to admire them. He had already seen through Fong Yuan's scheme. He wanted to use the land spirit of Langya to obtain information about Immortal Goo. But he did not expose this. Fong Yuan did not harm the land spirit of Langya. Inkman King did not want to ruin his fragile relationship with Fong Yuan just for this. Fong Yuan nodded at Inkman King before looking at the land spirit of Langya. Let's return to the transaction. I am very sincere. I have never thought of using this chance to covet your Immortal Goo recipe. Land Spirit, before I deduce the Immortal Goo recipe for you, I will give you an Immortal Goo as collateral. At that time, even if I cannot deduce it and see the Immortal Goo recipe, you can take my Immortal Goo. That way, you can be at ease. The value of Immortal Goo usually far surpass the Immortal Goo recipe. The land spirit of Langya and Inkman King looked at each other, shouting, Brat, it seems you are very confident in yourself. All right, I will not take any risks in this transaction. I can even earn some. I will say the ugly words first. I will give you at most 3 Immortal Goo recipes. No matter which Immortal Goo recipe it is, you'll have to deduce it completely to be considered a success. If you succeed in deducing an Immortal Goo recipe, give it to me. I will give you the Immortal Yuan Stone and another remnant recipe. Okay. Fong Yuan did not hesitate, immediately agreeing. Chapter 670. After smoothly completing the transaction with the land spirit of Langya, Fong Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This transaction was too crucial. The profits could help Fong Yuan get out of his current predicament. Although in Fong Yuan's previous life's memories, there were many ways to obtain Immortal Yuan Stone. But these methods required time to plan or had high risks. Transacting with the land spirit of Langya was the only option with low risks and high profits. After thinking for a while, Fong Yuan left the cloud path Immortal Goo, Rising Azure Cloud, in Langya Blessed Land as the collateral for the transaction. Rising Azure Cloud was a movement goo. Fong Yuan did not lack movement Immortal Goo. He already had Worldly Wave Trace. The latter was suitable for water path goo immortals. It was more effective in the environment of rivers and seas. Rising Azure Cloud, on the other hand, specialized in ascending and descending. Its speed was slower than Worldly Wave Trace. Fong Yuan was a pragmatist. To him, Worldly Wave Trace was more practical. That night in Northern Plains, Fong Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone, while Tai Bai Yunxing stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Fong Yuan was very satisfied with this trip. Although he used a bead of green grape immortal essence in that situation, he did not know Langya Blessed Land's true state. He had to quickly defeat the swamp crab and take control of the situation. Immortal essence was precious, but he had to use it when needed. Immortal essence that was not used had no value. Not to mention 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, even if it was 8 or 10. Fang Yuan would not hesitate to use it when needed. He concluded that he paid very little this time, but his gains were huge. Firstly, he got fixed immortal travel back. Getting fixed immortal travel back was indeed a huge surprise. With fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan could cross regional walls. His footprints were all over the 5 regions. He made full use of his rebirth advantage, making arrangements everywhere and obtaining the greatest benefits. Even if the worst came to worst and Crane Gate broke through Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could retreat with Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. They could attack or retreat. Fixed immortal travel might be a rank 6 movement immortal Gu, but it gave Fang Yuan a huge tactical advantage. This was the combination of soaring azure clouds and worldly waves. I can't do it. As a result, the pressure on Fang Yuan lessened. Next, he formed the Snow Mountain Alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Lishan. He Lulan possessed the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 absolute techniques. His potential was immense. Once he ascended to become an immortal, his battle prowess would be no small matter. Fairy Lishan was an influential person in Northern Plains. On one hand, she was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. On the other hand, she had a wide circle of friends. He had many dealings with Northern Plains' Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Righteous Path Gu Immortals had scum and weirdos, while Demonic Path Gu Immortals had all sorts of them. All disputes originated from benefits. The righteous and demonic Dao did not always fight and kill. They also traded with each other and even worked together in secret. Fairy Lishan had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This Gu was the reason why she was so popular. Dongfang Naganori and the other Righteous Path forces discussed establishing an alliance. They needed Mountain Pledge Gu. The Demonic Path Gu Immortals were even more suspicious of each other. To be able to establish such a huge organization like Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, they needed Mountain Pledge Gu even more. Mountain Pledge Gu was used to establish an inviolable guardian alliance. It was the main foundation of the trust between Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan allied with them. On one hand, he could obtain strong reinforcements. On the other hand, he could solve the biggest problem of lacking real-time information. Fairy Lishan had such a wide circle of friends, it was much easier for her to gather information than Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan obtained the detailed information of 4 immortal Gu. He broke the formless fist and snatched them. They were Cleanse Soul, Rising Azure Clouds, Woman's Heart, and Connect Cloud. In descending order of value, the first was Rising Azure Clouds. From Fang Yuan's perspective, this Gu had the lowest practical value. It was mortgaged to Land Spirit of Lengia. It could be said to be fully utilized. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart. It was a one-time consumable Gu, refining and nurturing in one. It had slightly higher practical value. Normally speaking, this kind of one-time consumable Gu was very powerful, like the Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul. Cleanse Soul could refine the soul. Its effect far surpassed Fang Yuan's Wolf Soul Gu. Fang Yuan had Guts Gu. Strengthening the soul was extremely easy. Before entering Luopa Valley, Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul was the best substitute. Besides this, Cleanse Soul was the core Gu of the killer move Myriad Self. Its value was even higher. Fang Yuan compared it. If he did not use Myriad Self, his battle strength would be weaker than ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals. But once he used this move, his battle strength would rise sharply. He would be able to stand at the top of rank 6 Gu Immortals. Of course, compared to Fang Yuan's Blood Path battle strength in his previous life, it would be even weaker. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he was a Demonic Path Overlord, at the peak of rank 6, only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was even more terrifying. Firmly occupying the peak of rank 6, he had a shocking battle record of winning against ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals twice. Finally was Connect Luck Immortal Gu. This Luck Path Immortal Gu was the biggest gain that exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. Its value even surpassed Cleanse Soul slightly. Because even though Cleanse Soul was the core of Myriad Self, it was not irreplaceable. And the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Goo was unique to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's first vital goo was Spring Autumn Cicada. This immortal goo created him. Without this mystical goo, Fong Yuan would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, Spring Autumn Cicada was a huge burden to him. Be it the pressure on the aperture or Spring Autumn Cicada's flaw, constantly reducing the user's luck, they both brought great trouble to Fong Yuan. He even faced many life-threatening situations. If not for Fong Yuan's ability, ruthlessness, and many methods, ordinary people would have died long ago. Spring Autumn Cicada was Fong Yuan's trump card, but also his greatest worry. If he used Connect Luck Immortal Goo now, he could resolve the flaw of Spring Autumn Cicada's luck. The land spirit of Lingya provided many ways to use Connect Luck Immortal Goo. The most praiseworthy way was to use Other Luck Path Immortal Goo with Connect Luck Immortal Goo. Connecting the goo master's luck to famous mountains and rivers, or immemorial desolate beasts, or grotto heavens and blessed lands. These existences had long luck. They were not easy to destroy. But Fong Yuan did not intend to use this method. Because he could not do it, he only had one luck path Immortal Goo. He did not have anything else to use with it. Fong Yuan's method was to use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to link his luck with other people's luck. The land spirit of Lingya had said not long ago, a person's luck is like the tide. It rises and falls unpredictably. It is linked to one's luck. One is to pay attention to it at all times. Otherwise, the user would be a burden. If it was used with Break Luck Goo, it would expend precious immortal essence, and it would be tiring. But this method's flaw did not exist for Fong Yuan.
Why?
Because he was someone who had used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He knew who the influential figures of each era were. He even knew what their future achievements would be, and when they would end up. I can use my previous life's memories to find these future influential figures and use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to link my luck with them. Anyway, I have Spring Autumn Cicada. My luck has always been terrible. After linking my luck, I will always be the one to benefit. Fong Yuan thought of this and felt that fixed immortal travel brought him a huge strategic advantage. If not for fixed immortal travel, he would not be able to roam the 5 regions. He would not have the time to travel long distances and find those insignificant people one by one. The final harvest of this trip were the 3 Immortal Goo remnant recipes that Fong Yuan had brought back from Lingya Blessed Land. These Immortal Goo remnant recipes were very high in completion. They were all above 90%. One of them was even at 99%. After resting for a while, Fong Yuan came to the underground cave. There were too many factors to consider when deducing an Immortal Goo recipe. The wills produced by Immortal Goo were not enough. Fong Yuan did not hesitate, activating Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. He decided to start with the easy part and deal with the 99% remnant recipe first. At the same time, in Lingya Blessed Land, land spirit of Lingya, what do you think of my restoration? Tai Bai Yunsheng had his hands behind his back, standing in front of land spirit of Lingya and Inkman King. Inkman King looked at the vast cloud soil that had returned to its original state. His eyes could not help but reveal a light of amazement. Earlier, when Tai Bai Yunsheng stayed behind and suggested restoring the blessed land for land spirit of Lingya, he did not have any expectations. But to think that Tai Bai Yunsheng did it so well, the effect was beyond his imagination. Land spirit of Lingya sized up Tai Bai Yunsheng, saying, "To think that you are so extraordinary at such a young age. How did you do it?" Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled bitterly. He was old, his hair and beard were white, but he was actually called young by others. This strange feeling was not common. He took out landscape as before Immortal Goo and showed it to the two, introducing it in detail. Inkman King could not help but praise. To think that there is such a miraculous Immortal Goo. With this Immortal Goo, we can restore the terrain and rivers of the blessed land, greatly reducing the losses from heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. This Immortal Goo is extremely valuable. Land Spirit of Lingya was also interested. I have heard of this immortal goo. It was once Immortal 9 Regrets' possession. Immortal 9 Regrets inherited a certain true inheritance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Not only does he have landscape as before, he also has man as before. I have not seen this immortal goo of yours personally. Study it for me. It will definitely give me new inspiration. I will give you 5 immortal yuan stones as compensation. Land Spirit of Langia had a huge business. He was a very wealthy person. He did not lack immortal yuan stones. 5 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunsheng hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and refusing. Immortal goo were very private. They were not easily exposed. But Tai Bai Yunsheng had to learn from Fairy Li Shan in order to make a living in the future. Thus he had no choice but to expose landscape, as before immortal goo. How could he give it to Land Spirit of Langia? He said it was for research, but what if he messed up the research? Seeing that Tai Bai Yunsheng did not agree, Land Spirit of Langia was very disappointed, but he still paid. You restored all of my cloud soil. According to the transaction, this is 3 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunsheng, however, waved his hand and refused. I will not accept these 3 immortal yuan stones. When Fong Yuan delivers the goods later, I will have to trouble you to give them to him together. Chapter 671. Land Spirit of Langia. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Inkman King glanced at Tai Bai Yunsheng, saying in a worried tone. The other party was the person who destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower. Once the other party was angered, Inkman King was worried that Fong and Bai would harm Langia Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langia was very straightforward. He did not hear the hidden meaning in Inkman King's words, instead saying proudly, "Humph, that brat is crafty and sly. He dared to have such a bad attitude towards me. I did it on purpose. I will teach him a lesson and let him know the meaning of respecting the elderly." Ha ha ha, what goo recipe can he deduce? What foundation does he have? He is clearly a strength path immortal zombie. Does he think I can't see it? Humph, little Tai Bai has blind trust in him. If he can deduce an immortal goo recipe, I will directly smash my medicine grinder and eat it. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at the arrogant and laughing Land Spirit of Langia with a pitiful expression, not making a sound. He actually wanted to say, I am not confident in Fong Yuan but in wisdom goo. Fong Yuan quietly stood in the light of wisdom. After a while, he opened his eyes shining with joy. Success, he sighed. In just a short while, he had successfully deduced the first remnant recipe and perfected it to 100%. The perfected goo recipe was that remnant recipe that was 99% complete. Looking at this goo recipe again, Fong Yuan also exclaimed, "This final step can be said to be miraculous. It is actually a goo recipe that I perfected myself." Even he found it hard to believe. Deducing goo recipes, one was foundation. Another was inspiration. Without enough refinement path foundation, deducing goo recipes would be very difficult. But goo masters with deep foundations, when deducing goo recipes, they would often encounter difficult obstacles. Even then, they would be stuck, unable to advance an inch, often for years, even decades, or even centuries. At this time, to break through the obstacles, inspiration was needed. But inspiration was extremely hard to come by. It was very likely that they would appear consecutively, but it was also very likely that they would not appear for many years. Even if there was inspiration, that was only a method. Need to verify. If he succeeded, it would be true inspiration. If it didn't succeed, then it was just an idea, a failed attempt. The power of wisdom goo. It could give the goo master unlimited inspiration. I am a refinement path master. My foundation is enough. I just lack inspiration. Fong Yuan once again felt the power of a rank 9 goo. And this was only him using the light of wisdom. If one day he truly activated wisdom goo, who knew what it would be like? Fong Yuan collected his thoughts and checked his mind. There was still a large amount of happy left in his mind. The goo recipe just now was extremely complete. It was just one step away. Therefore, Fong Yuan didn't waste any of his joy. He calmed down and started to deduce the goo recipe again. Second goo recipe. It was a 97% immortal goo recipe. This time, Fong Yuan did not expend a lot of joyful will. He only used a third and passed the obstacle of the immortal goo recipe. Once this obstacle was passed, the biggest problem was solved. The next step was smooth sailing. His thoughts were clear and clear. Even if Fong Yuan relied on his own ability, he could complete the deduction. But when it came to the third immortal goo recipe, Fong Yuan met with some trouble. He used 3 beads of green grape immortal essence to complete this immortal goo recipe. This immortal goo recipe had many problems. After solving one, another appeared. Thus, although the completion rate was also extremely high, reaching 96%, the amount of green grape immortal essence used to deduce it was 2 to 3 times more than before. But even so, according to the agreement, Fong Yuan made a huge profit. Because he urgently needed it, Fong Yuan communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and used divine sense goo to contact the land spirit of Lengia. The land spirit of Lengia laughed loudly, thinking that Fong Yuan was admitting defeat. Thus, when Fong Yuan handed him an immortal goo recipe with 100% completion, he was stunned on the spot and could not react for a while. After a few breaths of time, all his attention was attracted by the contents of the immortal goo recipe. Amazing, amazing! He actually used such a method to solve the problem. Why didn't I think of this? Why didn't I think of this? He shouted. If not for his hands being bound by the Chi Path seal, he would probably be slapping his thighs right now. The praises suddenly stopped, and the land spirit of Lengia showed an awkward expression. He did not forget that not long ago, he was extremely pessimistic about Fong Yuan's ability. Who could have thought that not long after, Fong Yuan would successfully deduce one of the immortal goo recipes and hand it over to him? The land spirit of Lengia could not wipe away his embarrassment. He snorted. Brat, to think that your thinking is so weird. You actually managed to find this immortal goo recipe through sheer luck. Consider yourself lucky this time. According to the previous agreement, if you perfect a rank 6 immortal goo remnant recipe with more than 90% completion, the reward will be 10 immortal yuan stones. Do I use Jewel Yellow Skies to give it to you, or do you want to collect it personally? Transactions with Jewel Yellow Skies naturally required a certain fee. But if Fong Yuan went to collect it personally, he would need to use fixed immortal travel. Every time he used fixed immortal travel, he would need to expend a bead of green grape immortal essence. The price was not cheap. Fong Yuan thought about it. Although using Jewel Yellow Skies was cheaper, it would inevitably leave behind traces and might be deduced by a wisdom path goo master with evil intentions. But the price to collect it personally was too high. Fong Yuan felt some heartache. Langya Blessed Land was in northern plains, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in central continent. The two were not in the same region. Whole Earth goo could not be used. He could only use Stargate goo. Land Spirit, with your temper, you should have Stargate goo, right? Fong Yuan asked. Heh, rascal, you know me quite well. Land Spirit of Lengia admitted frankly. He obtained the Stargate goo's recipe from Fong Yuan. He refined the first set of Stargate goo and gave it to Fong Yuan before refining the second set for his own collection. Fong Yuan nodded, transmitting. Jewel Yellow Skies is not safe. Our transactions will be discovered by many people. If we do it often, it will attract huge trouble. Fixed immortal travel might be convenient, but the price is too high. Why don't our two blessed lands communicate and build a Stargate? Build a Stargates. Land Spirit of Lengia shook his head, rejecting Fong Yuan's suggestion without much thought. Rascal, I have been cheated by you enough. Building a Stargate is no small matter. If your side suffers a calamity, my side will also suffer a calamity. If Lengia Blessed Land is discovered by others, this old man will not have a good life.
Ew.
Fong Yuan laughed heartily, not persuading him anymore, instead passing the second immortal goo recipe to Land Spirit of Lengia. You actually completed another one. Land Spirit of Lengia was shocked. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? Such a solution is simply brilliant. You actually thought of using this goo, and also a goo refinement material like intimate grass. How did you think of it? Land spirit of Lengia chattered on, marveling at the wonders of this 100% complete immortal goo recipe. Ha ha ha. Old man, the new generation excels the old. The new generation replaces the old. You are already old, staying in Lengia blessed land all day. You don't know the developments outside. Even if you have a good friend, the Inkman King, he is an Inkman, how can he come into contact with the essence of human cultivation? Moreover, who am I? I am a peerless genius in wisdom path. One day, I will surpass star constellation immortal venerable. Fong Yuan laughed arrogantly, speaking nonsense. Land spirit of Lengia was speechless. He wanted to retort, but the truth was in front of him. The two immortal goo remnant recipes that had troubled him for countless years were easily completed by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan heaved a sigh. Do you know the loneliness of geniuses? From birth, I knew I was extraordinary. There was no one around me who could communicate with me on equal terms. Some even thought I was a monster. They feared my wisdom and were jealous of my talent. I could only conceal myself and appear like a normal person, to the extent that others could no longer see the shocking talent that was about to overflow from my body. Wisdom path was like a path designed by the heavens for me, but due to a freak combination of factors, I became a strength path immortal zombie. Tell me, isn't this because my life is full of troubles? My talent has already incurred the jealousy of heaven. Saying so, land spirit of Lengia finally could not endure it, stomping his feet. Hey, rascal, don't be so arrogant. What's so great about deducing two immortal goo recipes? If you have the guts, deduce the final immortal goo recipe as well. Only then will I admire you. Fong Yuan was silent. Land spirit of Lengia raised his head. Kid, I admit you have some talent. But so what? Even my main body is stumped by this immortal goo recipe. Ponder over it for 7 to 8 years. Maybe you will know the vastness of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the stars. Then you will know humility. Aha. Are you talking about this immortal goo recipe? Fong Yuan's lips curled as he threw out the third immortal goo recipe. This was simply a trump card. Land spirit of Lengia's laughter stopped abruptly. He shouted in shock. This? What is this? What are you doing? What are you doing? There was a trace of panic mixed in his voice. Fong Yuan's tone was unhurried. He heaved a long sigh and said with melancholy, I said before, my talent often attracts fear and jealousy. Sigh, there is no helping it. I am such a genius. I was born this way. Land spirit of Lengia's shock was no small matter. He was after all formed from an obsession. He had no shrewdness. This final immortal goo recipe had a huge impact on him. You actually succeeded in your deduction? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This immortal goo recipe was actually solved like this. This train of thought was simply a complete reversal. Strange, even my main body could not think of this. It is truly like an old saying, twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Twists and turns, the light at the end of the tunnel. Land spirit of Lengia mumbled. He was first completely shocked, before falling into wild joy. Finally, he calmed down, feeling a sense of frustration in his heart. This immortal goo recipe had been troubling him all along. Even his main body was stumped. He could not take the final, crucial step. Sometimes, land spirit of Lengia even thought that this immortal goo recipe had reached a dead end. There was no way to resolve it. He had thrown it to Fong Yuan earlier to deliberately make things difficult for Fong Yuan. He had never thought of obtaining the true solution. But he obtained it now. What he could not do, a problem that even his main body could not solve, Fong Yuan had deduced. Chapter 672. Don't tell me this kid is really a rare wisdom path genius goo master? No, this kind of wisdom is simply world-shaking. It is not just rare in 100 years. It is not an exaggeration to say it is rare in 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Thinking of this, land spirit of Lengia immediately felt that Feng Yuan's bad temper was very reasonable. Right? Only such a talented person would have such a bad temper. Just like my main body. Land spirit of Lengia thought of this, and immediately felt that Feng Yuan's bad temper was not so annoying. Instead, he felt a kind of sympathy for him. Over at Who Immortal Blessed Land's side, Feng Yuan was calm and unruffled. Although he had become a zombie and his thoughts were rigid, it was more than enough to bully a land spirit. If possible, Feng Yuan was naturally not willing to take such a risk. He would rather give the immortal goo recipes to land spirit of Lengia over a long period of time. And not like now, directly handing over these 3 immortal goo recipes. This would be too eye-catching and high-profile. It would definitely attract suspicion from others. Land spirit of Lengia might be frank, but he had a good friend, the Inkman King, who was a true formidable character. But Feng Yuan had no choice. He was forced by the situation. He had to get a large number of immortal yuan stones in a short period of time to increase his strength and get out of this dangerous situation, while also delaying the time when he would be exposed. If he kept the immortal goo recipes because of his misgivings and ended up dying in battle, who would Feng Yuan cry to? Feng Yuan smiled. Land spirit of Lengia did not respond, but he knew these 3 immortal goo recipes were thrown out one after another. Like 3 bombs, they had already caused land spirit of Lengia's mind to tremble. This was the best time to talk about conditions. Thus he spoke, land spirit of Lengia, I won't hide it from you. I need immortal yuan stones, while you need immortal goo recipes. We will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Establishing a Stargate is beneficial to both of us. Build a Stargate. This time, the land spirit of Lengia hesitated and didn't reject it immediately. Feng Yuan displayed his extraordinary wisdom path talent. This truly changed the land spirit of Lengia. They had a whole new level of respect for Feng Yuan. Therefore, Feng Yuan's suggestion caused the land spirit to pay more attention to it than ever before. Feng Yuan persuaded again. Land spirit, do you think we won't build a Stargate? Is your Lengia blessed land safe? Don't forget, you've already suffered 3 waves of attacks, each wave stronger than the one before. Without a doubt, the location of Lengia blessed land had been discovered. You've also been targeted by a certain powerful force. After we build the Stargate, we can even cooperate further. At the critical moment, I can protect you through the Stargate. Protect me? The land spirit of Lengia was finally moved. He thought of Feng Yuan's impressive battle record of beating up the swamp crab. He was indeed powerful. Moreover, these 3 waves of attacks had completely disrupted the peace and prosperity of Lengia blessed land, causing the land spirit of Lengia to feel a huge sense of danger. At this time, Feng Yuan asked again, you haven't sold Stargate goo in jewel yellow skies, right? Not yet, I don't lack immortal yuan stone. The land spirit of Lengia said. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. That makes things easier. Stargate goo is a new creation. It is not because whole earth goo is planted on the ground and can be easily discovered. Every time you open a Stargate, you need to activate the Stargate goo. Thus it is very secretive. Even if you sense something amiss, you can destroy the Stargate goo in your hand at the critical moment, right? Building a Stargate is not a threat at all. Feng Yuan had a glib tongue. Every word was in the heart of the land spirit of Lengia. The land spirit of Lengia finally agreed, all right, let's build a Stargate. But let's not talk about deep cooperation for now. Let's first proceed with the transaction of deducing immortal goo recipes. Saying so, the land spirit added, also, I will provide the Stargate goo. I will lend it to you. This way, he would be able to control the situation. He was still somewhat worried. On Who Immortal Blessed Land's side, Feng Yuan showed a victorious smile, his 8 fists clenched tightly. Success. This way, he had obtained the initial recognition of the land spirit of Lengia, communicating with Lengia blessed land. It would be very beneficial for his future transactions. Not only would he be left with a sum of money, he would also have another path of retreat. Other than this, Feng Yuan also controlled the Stargate Goo again, preventing it from entering the market of jewel yellow skies and giving other Goo immortals a huge advantage. The appearance of the Stargate Goo, the land spirit of Lingya, saved Feng Yuan some trouble. By doing so, it would give the land spirit of Lingya a sense of security. Feng Yuan was happy to see this happen. It is very necessary to have a good relationship with the land spirit of Lingya. If I transact with him, I will not be cheated, and I can also get a large amount of immortal yuan stone. As long as the relationship is handled well and deepens, I might even be able to borrow some immortal goo from the land spirit of Lingya in the future. Feng Yuan calculated inwardly. There were many immortal goo in Lingya Blessed Land, especially beast enslavement immortal goo and heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. By borrowing immortal goo, Feng Yuan could save a huge amount of goo nurturing expenses. What a great deal! Feng Yuan took one step and calculated 10 steps. The land spirit of Lingya was also very happy. He felt his luck was really good, finding a wisdom path genius that appeared once in 10,000 years. There was hope to complete the immortal goo remnant recipes in his possession. Feng Yuan had originally planned to use jewel yellow skies to teleport Stargate Goo, but was rejected by the cautious land spirit of Lingya. Feng Yuan could only use his green grape immortal essence to make another trip to Lingya Blessed Land and bring back Stargate Goo. Tai Bai Yunsheng was still there. There were still several rivers in the Blessed Land that he needed to restore. This trip consumed 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from Feng Yuan. But he brought back a Stargate Goo, 3 new immortal goo remnant recipes, and 30 immortal yuan stones. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to give Feng Yuan the 3 immortal yuan stones, but Feng Yuan did not accept them, leaving them to Tai Bai Yunsheng. After all, Tai Bai Yunsheng also needed resources to cultivate. He had become stronger, and the help he could provide to Feng Yuan was much greater than just 3 immortal yuan stones. The Stargate was not set up immediately. Feng Yuan's Starlight Firefly Goo had already been used up. Without Starlight Firefly Goo Starlight, the 2 Stargates could not be opened. Feng Yuan summarized this transaction. In order to deduce the immortal goo recipe, he had spent a total of 5 beads of green grape immortal essence. Earlier, when he returned from Lingya Blessed Land alone, he had spent 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. In order to obtain a Stargate Goo to travel between Lingya Blessed Land and Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had spent 2 beads of green grape immortal essence. He had spent a total of 8 beads of green grape immortal essence. And what he had obtained was a total of 30 immortal yuan stones. I only have 9 beads of green grape immortal essence left now. Feng Yuan had become a middle-grade Blessed Land. The amount of green grape immortal essence he obtained was already very little, and this time, when he traveled between northern plains and back, his green grape immortal essence was greatly consumed. But Feng Yuan was not anxious. Although he had become a zombie and his immortal aperture was dead, he could no longer produce green grape immortal essence. But he could extract the immortal essence from the immortal yuan stone and turn it into his own green grape immortal essence. Back then, when Gue first generation turned into a blood ghost zombie, they had also used the yuan stone to recover their primeval essence. The principle between the two was the same, only the level was different. That is to say, Feng Yuan could completely use these 30 immortal yuan stones and turn them into his own green grape immortal essence. 1 immortal yuan stone was 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. His green grape immortal essence would rise to 39 beads. But immortal yuan stone is much more valuable than green grape immortal essence. The former can be used as currency, while the latter can only be used by individuals. Unless it is necessary, I should not rush to refine immortal yuan stone into green grape immortal essence. As long as the transaction with the land spirit of Lingya continues, there will be more and more immortal yuan stone. Now, I will first communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, Feng Yuan was very confident in communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies. The purchasing power of immortal yuan stone was very high. Back then, Fong Yuan used one immortal yuan stone to buy a myriad wolf king, a huge wolf group of over 30,000. 30 immortal yuan stone was enough to be called a huge sum of money. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fong Yuan established the Blood-Wing demonic sect, and as a demonic path overlord, the most immortal yuan stone he had was only 64. Of course, in his previous life, his expenditure was also huge. This number was the result of his expenditure and profits offsetting each other. Fong Yuan closed his eyes and meditated, sending his consciousness into his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was dead silent. The sky was gray, and the ground was black, filled with a rotten stench. Mo Yaozhuo was still imprisoned inside, constantly monitored by Fong Yuan. The mirror willow that was transplanted here had already died, turning into a piece of rotten wood, lying on the ground. With a thought, a new connecting heaven goo floated up from his immortal aperture, connecting to jewel yellow skies. Fong Yuan willed again, activating divine sense goo, forming an endless stream of divine sense that followed the connecting heaven goo's passageway into jewel yellow skies. He was now an immortal zombie. He no longer needed little who immortals help. He could do the business himself. Jewel yellow skies was still the same. In the vast space, there was a yellow lemon-like light rippling. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, fishes. There was not even heaven and earth, only all kinds of precious goods. Goo worms, goo recipes, killer moves, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation, or veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of materials were quietly floating, emitting colorful treasure lights of varying heights. The brighter the treasure light, the higher the value of the treasure. But the treasure light was only a preliminary estimate. If the goods were tampered with by goo immortals, the treasure light might not show any clues. This was the largest transaction market of the 5 regions goo immortals. It allowed bargaining and charged a certain amount of processing fees. It also tested the goo immortals' eyesight. If they bought fake goods, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Jewel Yellow Skies was not responsible for compensation. The first thing Fong Yuan wanted to buy was Starlight Firefly Goo. This goo worm could emit pure blue starlight. It was the prerequisite to opening a stargate. He searched with his divine sense and soon found a large group of Starlight Firefly Goo. There were more than 1,000 of them. And the seller of this group of Starlight Firefly Goo, Fong Yuan was very familiar with it. It was Star Lord Wan Xiang. Star Lord Wan Xiang seemed to be a Star Path Goo immortal. He not only sold Starlight Firefly Goo, but also Star Dark Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteorite Goo, Star River Goo, and so on. Evidently, Star Lord Wan Xiang's blessed land produced Star Path Mortal Goo. He sold these goo worms to generate income. Chapter 673. How much are you selling these Starlight Firefly Goo? Fong Yuan's divine sense probed. May I know your name, and how many Starlight Firefly Goo do you need? Although Star Lord Wan Xiang was not here, he left a will beside the goods. This will had a great appearance, shining with starlight. It was very beautiful. Fong Yuan's wisdom path foundation was shallow. He did not recognize it. You can call me 8-Arm Immortal. I want all of these Starlight Firefly Goo. Fong Yuan transmitted. Fong Yuan used his blessed land to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies and exchanged for a set of Divine Sense Goo and Connecting Heaven Goo. Thus Star Lord Wan Xiang's will did not recognize Fong Yuan as the former Fox Immortal and only treated Fong Yuan as a stranger. But hearing Fong Yuan's tone, he sounded like a big customer. Star Lord Wan Xiang's will immediately became enthusiastic. Starlight Firefly Goo is an ancient goo worm. It is almost extinct now. My Starlight Firefly Goo are of excellent quality. There are over 1,200 of them. How about this? Give me 4 immortal yuan stones. I will sell them all to you. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. You are deceiving me. Don't think I do not know the normal selling price. I was only able to find you here after being introduced by someone. Starlight Firefly Goo are not only sold by your clan, there is also Fairy Yaoguang, Diyuan, and others. They can buy them from you. Fong Yuan had once ordered Little Hu Immortal to transact with these 3 Gu Immortals. Not only did he buy over 100,000 starlight fireflies, he even bought star fragment grass seeds and also bought the books of their experiences in growing star fragment grass. He spent quite a bit. Star Lord Wan Xiangzwell was slightly shocked. He knew Fong Yuan was a knowledgeable person and immediately changed his tone. I was just joking earlier. 8 Arm Immortal, please don't take it seriously. Fong Yuan interrupted him, saying, I will give you 2 Immortal Yuan stones for 1,500 Starlight Firefly Goo. Star Lord Wan Xiangzwell immediately rejected. Sir, you are lowering the price too much. I can't sell them. After haggling for a while, both sides finally took a step back and made a deal with the price of 3 Immortal Essence and 1,200 Starlight Firefly Goo. Fong Yuan bought the Starlight Firefly Goo, but did not leave immediately, instead asking, Do you sell Star Path Killer moves here? Sir, are you a Star Path Goo Immortal? Ha ha ha. Of course it's for sale. You can take a look. I have 3 Star Path Killer moves here. Fong Yuan browsed through it. The first Star Path Killer move was Dazzling Star Armor. It needed a large number of Starlight Goo, a few Counterstar Goo, some Star Shield Goo, and so on. This was a defensive killer move. It was activated. A full body armor would form on the Goo Immortal's body. The stars shone brilliantly. The second killer move was called Spring Star Rain. It required a large number of Star Rain Goo, a small number of Spring Wind Goo, a small number of Star Shoot Goo, and so on. Once used, it would form a jade light drizzle that would rustle and last for 3 days and 3 nights. Rain is as precious as oil. It can make crops more nutritious and increase production. This was used to cultivate plants. A killer move to manage a blessed land. The third item was the Spiral Drill Star Spear. As the name suggested, this was an offensive killer move. It needed a small number of Spiral Bone Spear Goo, some Star River Goo, countless Star Dart Goo, a large number of Meteor Goo, and so on. The content of this killer move was very interesting. The number of goo worms was described as a large number, a few. These terms were used, the quantity was not clearly stated. At the same time, there was no detailed information on how to construct the killer move, what order to activate the goo worms, or what goo worms were used to support what goo worms. It only stated the general situation, how many rank 5 goo worms were needed, and what the effect of the killer move was. Only after the killer move was truly bought would the content be truly detailed. Star Lord Wan Xiangzwell gave a price at an appropriate time. Killer move Dazzling Star Armor is sold for half an Immortal Yuan Stone. Spring Star Rain was created by my main body. Currently, only a few Goo Immortals are buying it, thus the price is slightly higher. It costs 1.5 Immortal Yuan Stone. As for the Spiral Drill Star Spear, it costs 1 Immortal Yuan Stone. Killer moves had different prices according to their rarity, power, repercussions, whether they were easily countered, the goo worms used to form the killer move, and so on. But there was one similarity: they were generally not cheap. In Jewel Yellow Skies, mortal killer moves were usually more expensive than mortal goo recipes of the same rank. But at rank 6, the price of immortal killer moves was much lower than immortal goo recipes. Dazzling Star Armor. Even if Fong Yuan was not a Star Path Goo Immortal, he knew that this killer move was a common item. Half an Immortal Yuan Stone was too expensive. Fong Yuan had intended to buy a Star Path offensive killer move. He remembered that there was a mortal killer move called Icy Stardust. This killer move had a wide attack range. The Star Path Goo worms used to form it were very common. It was also very effective against enemies. The stardust that was emitted had the effect of penetrating defenses. Even if it could not penetrate the defense, when it stuck to the enemy, the cold air it emitted would slow down the enemy's movement. As for this Spiral Drill Star Spear that Star Lord Wan Xiang was selling, Fong Yuan had not heard of it. This meant that this offensive killer move's price-to-performance ratio was not high. In the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the war eliminated rotten mechanisms and catalyzed new and better things. Fong Yuan could not remember the Spiral Drill Star Spear. It meant that it was not outstanding. It might have been eliminated long ago. Killer moves that were eliminated definitely had many flaws. But the killer move, Spring Star Rain, made Fong Yuan's eyes shine. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Fong Yuan thought of Star Fragment Grass. Star Fragment Grass was the food of starlight fireflies, but also their home. And the stronger the starlight firefly group, the more starlight firefly goo could be produced. Fong Yuan's need for starlight firefly goo would definitely last for a long time. Thus, he needed this killer move. Fong Yuan looked at this Spring Star Rain killer move twice. He found a problem. Among the goo worms used to form the killer move Spring Star Rain, there was a star path goo called Star Shoot Goo. It was a one-time consumable goo. Fong Yuan had never heard of this goo. This was his first time seeing it. Fong Yuan pondered for a while and quickly understood. This was Star Lord Wan Xiang's scheme. After a goo immortal buys the killer move Spring Star Rain, every time they use Spring Star Rain, they would need to expend Star Shoot Goo. And this Star Shoot Goo could only be sold by Star Lord Wan Xiang. Star Lord Wan Xiang turned the one-time transaction of a killer move into a continuous transaction. Fong Yuan probed, I will pay 2 immortal yuan stone to buy your Spring Star Rain killer move and Star Shoot Goo's recipe. Star Shoot Goo was only a rank 3 goo, but this mortal goo's recipe was worth half an immortal yuan stone. It was extremely high. But as Fong Yuan expected, Star Lord Wan Xiang's will rejected him without any hesitation. He said the Star Shoot Goo was formed naturally in his blessed land. He did not have the recipe to refine it. This was a good reason. Some blessed lands, when managed well, would naturally produce new goo due to the unique environment. Not only could goo immortals refine and create new goo worms, nature could also create new goo worms. Fong Yuan knew this was most likely just an excuse, but he could not ask to enter Star Lord Wan Xiang's blessed land to verify it. Blessed lands were the headquarters of goo immortals. They were the most important individuals. Unless they had a good relationship and trusted each other, they would not invite goo immortals into their blessed land. Fong Yuan saw that Star Lord Wan Xiang's will was unwilling, so he made a new suggestion. How about this? I will pay 2 immortal yuan stone to buy the killer move Spring Star Rain and Dazzling Star Armor, as well as some Star Shoot Goo. These Star Shoot Goo are enough for me to use Spring Star Rain at least 10 times. Star Lord Wan Xiang's will heard this and shook his head. The total amount of Star Shoot Goo needed to use 6 times is worth half an immortal yuan stone. Sir, you're only giving me 2 immortal yuan stones, but I still need to use Dazzling Star Armor. This is a losing deal. I will not do it. Fong Yuan sneered. Star Shoot Goo is only a rank 3 mortal goo. Each killer move consumes at most 500. 6 killer moves would only require 3 to 4,000. You are actually selling half an immortal yuan stone? Sir, you might not know Star Shoot Goo are naturally produced in my blessed land. Their production is very low. They cannot be bought outside. They are a unique resource of my myriad star blessed land. Star Lord Wan Xiang's will spoke politely, but the meaning behind his words was, if you want to buy it, do not. If you don't buy it, don't think of buying it anywhere else. This was the confidence to monopolize the business. Fong Yuan smiled and continued to bargain, but the other party did not budge. During this process, Fong Yuan found that in the other party's opinion, Dazzling Star Armor had a high value. It seems that before the 5 Regions War, Dazzling Star Armor has not been spread widely among the forces. The price of the killer move is still high. War was an extremely efficient way to communicate, especially in this world. During times of peace, Yuan Stone and Immortal Yuan Stone had great value. They could not be used as currency, and the economy was not developed. But during times of war, battle merits, sect contribution points, and so on replaced Yuan Stone and Immortal Yuan Stone as currency, instead promoting the abnormal prosperity of all sides. After realizing this, Fong Yuan did not insist. Finally, he used 2 Immortal Yuan Stone to buy the Spring Star Rain, as well as enough Star Shoot Goo for 10 Spring Star Rains. After this transaction, Fong Yuan continued to search for Jewel Yellow Skies. He found that in Jewel Yellow Skies, the price of air bubble fish had already been raised by the Goo Immortals to over 10 times the original price. Fong Yuan inquired about it. The situation was exactly the same as in his previous life. At the end of this year, two Gu immortals fought in the air bubble sea, causing intense poison to spread throughout the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. The rarer something is, the greater its value. The production of air bubble fish fell to rock bottom. The price naturally rose. The 5 regions have their own regional walls, isolating the inside from the outside. Thus they each have their own structure and have little influence on each other. After my rebirth, I influenced Southern Border, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. Among them, Northern Plains had the greatest change. It is already in chaos. Central Continent is second, Southern Border is third. After all, Southern Border's changes are only limited to the mortal level. As for Western Desert and Eastern Sea, they are still the same. Fong Yuan used spring-autumn cicada to conclude the inertia and butterfly effect of the river of time. This intertwining of immutability and change was proof that Fong Yuan's understanding of this world's time law was getting deeper and deeper. As for air bubble fish, Fong Yuan remembered that in the future 5 regions war, this fish group would be even more popular among Gu immortals. Their price would be even higher than now. Chapter 674. During peaceful times, when Gu immortals nurtured Gu, their demand for mortal Gu was not high. Purchasing was only a secondary method. The main method was to produce the blessed land itself. There was a difference in the flow of time between the blessed land and the outside world. One day in the outside world was many days in the blessed land. 1 year in the outside world was equivalent to many years in the blessed land. Every year, there would be production. Gu immortals normally would not choose air bubble fish because the price was too high. They would rather wait a while. And during times of war, Gu immortals would fight many times. Trump cards like Immortal Gu would not be used often. Mortal Gu would be used as common methods. The expenditure would be huge. During the 5 regions war, air bubble fish became an item that all Gu immortals chased after. Speaking of which, Fong Yuan had bought air bubble fish before to increase the production of the starlight firefly Gu. Unfortunately, at the final juncture of Northern Plains, he lacked money and had no choice but to sell almost all of his wolf groups, fox groups, air bubble fish, and hairy men. Fong Yuan originally had the chance to make a profit, but life was unpredictable. In the end, because he sold it in a hurry, he lost some money. Now, there were very few air bubble fish in Hu immortal blessed land. I still have to buy air bubble fish, but not now. After a few years, the sea of air bubbles would be restored, and the price of air bubbles fish would decrease. At that time, I'll throw in some immortal yuan stone, and I'll be able to buy a large group of them. Maybe I should breed a lot of these air bubble fish, and when the 5 regions battle starts, I'll be able to make a huge profit. Fong Yuan had just bought over 1,000 starlight firefly Gu. They could be used for a long time. He was not in a hurry to increase the production of the air bubble fish group. Are you little deity Xing Luo? After a while, Fong Yuan found his target. Coincidentally, his target was also paying attention to jewel yellow skies. That's me. What does Senior want to buy? The price is negotiable. Little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense transmitted over. He seemed very enthusiastic, even with a hint of flattery. Fong Yuan looked at the goods she was selling. Not only were there very few of them, but they were also very common. Basically, no one would care about them, making them seem shabby and poor. It was true that she was a Gu immortal, but not all Gu immortals were wealthy. Battles, Gu refinement, research, and tribulations would all greatly expend a Gu immortal's foundation and wealth. Fong Yuan knew from his previous life's memories. This little immortal Xing Luo was a female lone cultivator who had just become a Gu immortal. His foundation was shallow, and he was in a difficult period of starting his career. If little immortal Xing Luo was in the mortal world, she would definitely be an indomitable big shot. Mortals prostrated themselves in worship. But in jewel yellow skies, among the Gu immortals, it was very inconspicuous. Who knows what will happen during the 5 regions war? Little immortal Xing Luo gradually shone brightly. Using the killer move Icy Stardust to rise to power, He rapidly accumulated wealth from the battles and eventually became a famous person. Feng Yuan could not help but sigh at the magic of fate and time. According to the three venerables, the Five Regions War was the start of the Great Era. Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be born in this era. Every great era that gave birth to a rank 9 Gu immortal had one similarity, that was during the chaos of war. A large number of new Gu immortals were born. The new replaced the old, and the waves of the times stirred up sparkling waves. Between the sections, the clashes and exchanges between forces and individuals caused the Gu path to develop rapidly and change with each passing day. Feng Yuan was one of them. He made his fortune with Blood Path, becoming a central continent Gu immortal. But unfortunately, he had only experienced the first half of this great era before he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. Do you sell killer moves here? After collecting his thoughts, Feng Yuan asked Little Immortal Xing Luo. Oh, I only have one killer move here. Little Immortal Xing Luo was a little embarrassed. This is an Ice Path killer move that I obtained by chance. It is called Frost Veil. The price is half an Immortal Yuan Stone. This is the lowest price for a rank 5 killer move. She said the last sentence, afraid that Feng Yuan would lower the price. Feng Yuan looked at the content and said in dissatisfaction, this Frost Veil killer move needs so many rank 5 Gu, and its defensive effect is a large area of effect. Activating a large number of rank 5 Gu at the same time required a Gu immortal. Mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. It was basically impossible. A large area of effect meant that the defensive power was lower than a single target defensive killer move. And Gu immortals usually fought alone, unless they were enslavement path. But enslavement path Gu immortals had their own enslavement path defensive methods. Why would they choose an ice path killer move? Little Immortal Xing Luo smiled bitterly in her heart. Feng Yuan was right. It was because of this that the killer move Frost Veil was hard to sell. But Little Immortal Xing Luo had no choice. She had limited goods and was a lone cultivator. She needed a large amount of cultivation resources. Even though she advanced to Gu immortal, because she was untouched during the tribulation, most of her Gu worms were destroyed. She made a detailed plan to plant a vast number of shake trees in her blessed land. Her blessed land's environment was very suitable for planting shake trees, but she lacked the most crucial starting capital. She had billions of elemental stones on hand, but not a single immortal elemental stone. There were only a few sellers of shake trees. Most of them needed to exchange for specific resources or immortal yuan stone. They did not care about Little Immortal Xing Luo's items at all. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Little Immortal Xing Luo did not have much hope in her heart. After several months, she was already used to disappointment. But at the next moment, Feng Yuan said, I have been researching Star Path killer moves recently. I am a little interested in this killer move, Frost Veil. But half a piece of Immortal Yuan Stone is too expensive. If you have any other small killer moves that are more novel, maybe I'll buy them for half a piece. New killer moves? Little Immortal Xing Luo's hope was reignited. She immediately thought of her Star Path killer move, 6-9 Stardust. 6-9 Stardust was her original creation. It used 6 rank 3 Gu and 9 rank 4 Gu. But it could deal an attack that surpassed rank 5 Gu. She had once been proud of it, but later on, her horizons were broadened and she understood that there was always someone stronger than her. She became humble. Little Immortal Xing Luo only hesitated for a moment before her desire for Immortal Yuan Stone took over. I do have a small killer move, but Senior might not be interested in it, she said carefully. Feng Yuan's heart jumped, but his tone was still calm. Oh,
tell me about it.
After looking at the killer move 6-9 Stardust, Feng Yuan restrained the joy in his heart as he evaluated. This killer move is barely satisfactory, but it might give me new inspiration. Since I am in a good mood today, I will take care of you. Ha ha ha, this is half a piece of Immortal Yuan Stone. I finally have half a piece, just half more. Little Immortal Xing Luo was overjoyed. When they parted, she excitedly gave many blessings to Feng Yuan. Next, Fong Yuan spent 2 pieces of immortal yuan stone to buy a large number of goo refinement materials and mortal goo worms. He spent another 2 to bring in a group of old hairy men. The price of hairy men was always the highest among all the slaves. Even though these old hairy men were old and would die in a few years, they were all skilled in goo refinement. Fong Yuan wanted to refine a few sets of Stargate goo, but the success rate was very low. Back then, even Land Spirit of Lengia failed many times. If Fong Yuan did it himself, it would waste a lot of his time. He was going to hand these people to the old hairy men to refine. Central Continent, Crane Gate, Fu, who bless land. Fongzeng had a solemn expression as he walked into the tunnel. The tunnel was huge and spacious. Every 100 steps, there would be an elite rockman guard. The defense was very tight. These rockmen were carefully trained by the Blessed Land's owner. Each of them had at least rank 4 battle strength and were skilled in earth path goo worms. Moreover, every 1,000 steps, there would be a huge rockman. They were 3 times the size of normal rockmen. Even such a wide tunnel was very narrow. They could only squat on the ground. But rockmen's nature was to dig holes underground and hibernate. These rockmen were used to it. Every time Fongzeng passed through this tunnel, he would feel a chill in his heart, especially when he sensed that these huge rockmen were brimming with the aura of a rank 5 goo master. Our Crane Gate strength is really too deep. If we let all these rank 5 rockmen out, the other sects would be scared to death. When passing by a huge rockman, Fongzeng muttered to the spirit incubating flea. The spirit incubating flea had Master Tenchuru's soul in it. It said, "That won't happen." Which sect did not have a deep and unfathomable foundation. Especially the other 9 great ancient sects, they are not weaker than our Crane Gate. But the owner of Fu who bless land is our sect's 3rd supreme elder, Lord Tiger Demon. The rockmen slaves he nurtured are the best in Central Continent. They are the best even in jewel yellow skies. His strength and wealth are not something mortals like us can imagine. Fongzeng was fascinated. What realm is a goo immortal? He can actually raise so many rockmen. He is really amazing. Master Tenchuru replied, "Every goo immortal is a genius among the elites. They are dragons and phoenixes among men. They have their own fortuitous encounters and opportunities. They cultivated step by step as mortals. Fongzeng, you are already rank 5. Maybe one day you can also become a goo immortal." Fongzeng shook his head. "Master, I know my own limits. My rank 5 cultivation was mostly built up by the sect using relic goo. The sect nurtured me meticulously and poured all their resources into me. My rank 5 cultivation cannot compare to the rank 5 that you cultivated step by step. Moreover, I feel that rank 5 is not rare now. Look at the 30 huge rockmen in this tunnel. Fongzeng, you can remember Crane Gate's nurturing of you and have a grateful heart. This is good. But you don't need to undervalue yourself. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Variant humans only have the word man attached to them. Don't think that these rockmen are strong and majestic, but in fact, in a one-on-one battle, they cannot compare to the sect's rank 5 experts. They are more proficient in group battles." Master Tenchuru smiled. "Is that so?" Lord Sky Crane said, "These rockmen are very stupid, and they coincidentally met a wealthy master. That's why they have such achievements. Do you think these rockmen can compare to the elders of the sect? If I were alive, I could deal with over 10 huge rockmen alone. All right, we have arrived at the blood pool." Fongzeng heard the words blood pool, and his muscles tightened. Chapter 675. The cave was as big as a square, filled with layers of bloody light, and the smell of blood was strong. In the middle of the cave, someone had dug a round pit. Blood was rolling inside, and steam was rising from it. Fongzeng took a deep breath, took off his clothes, and walked into the blood pool naked. His scalding blood made him gasp for air. He adapted to the temperature of the blood and stood still in the middle of the blood pool. The blood flowed past his waist, revealing his chest and most of his arms. "Let's start. Let's do it one by one." Don't rush. First, the iron blood goo, Master Tenchiru reminded. Fangzheng slowly closed his eyes and activated the iron blood goo. Immediately, the goo worm's power changed his blood. His originally bright red blood began to turn black and heavy, and his blood flow became extremely slow. Fangzheng's fair skin turned black as a result. Maintain the iron blood goo and activate the blood edge goo, Master Tenchiru said again. Fangzheng activated the blood edge goo. His body shook and his skin split open, forming hundreds of wounds in an instant. A large number of blood blades shot out. They were all pitch-black iron blood blades. Then, molten blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Fangzheng's expression was cold. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Instead, he felt a strong sense of pleasure. This was the effect of the iron blood goo. It could turn pain into pleasure and help the goo master adapt to battle better, turning a cowardly goo master into a battle maniac. This was one of the results of Crane Gate's many years of research on blood paths. The blood slowly flowed into the bright red blood pool, gradually dyeing the area around Fangzheng black. Next is the crucial step. Use mixed blood goo, Master Tenchiru said again. Fangzheng gritted his teeth, activating the blood mix goo. Immediately, under the effect of the goo worms, the hundreds of wounds on his body erupted with a fierce suction force. There was a lot of blood around. It was continuously absorbed by the wound. Ah! Fangzheng groaned softly as the intense pain turned into intense pleasure. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling. As a large amount of blood was sucked into his body, his entire body swelled up, and he became a deformed fatty. His body was more than 3 times his original size. His skin was forcefully stretched open, and his blood vessels were as thick as snakes. It was twisting inside Fangzheng's body. In the blink of an eye, the elegant young master had turned into a disgusting and ugly monster. Don't forget your business. Fight this pleasure. Fangzheng, quick, it's time to activate the failed blood demon flower goo. Master Tenchiru was monitoring Fangzheng's situation at all times and quickly reminded. The words defeated blood demon flower goo made Fangzheng's heart tremble. He struggled to free himself from the intense pleasure. Breathing heavily, he activated defeated blood demon flower goo. Fangzheng clenched his fists tightly. The blood in his body quickly deteriorated. Under the influence of the goo worm, vines grew out of his blood. These tiny vines pierced through Fangzheng's skin and quickly wrapped around his entire body. Flower buds sprouted from the vines and quickly bloomed. They formed a bewitching blue chrysanthemum-like flower. Ugh! Fangzheng gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. His face was pale. His whole body had turned into soil, and so many demonic flowers grew out of it. This intense pain was 10 times more terrifying than a pregnant woman giving birth. Even iron blood goo's effect could not compare to this pain. Fangzheng was in so much pain that he almost crushed his white teeth. His face was pale, veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression was sinister and terrifying. Quick, all the blood in your body is boiling. If this goes on, your internal organs and skin will be cooked by your own blood. Use cold blood goo. Master Tenchiru's voice revealed a trace of nervousness. Fangzheng activated cold blood goo with difficulty. His blood quickly cooled down, and he shuddered, finally escaping from the crisis of death. Enough? The demonic flowers will greatly amplify the effect of your blood path goo worm. You are only a step away from success. Use blood sense goo. Master Tenchiru's tone was urgent. Blood sense. Fangzheng lowered his head. His vision was starting to blur from the pain. Relying on the habit of many times of training, he persisted and activated this blood path investigative goo worm. After a few breaths of time, Fangzheng spoke. I sensed it. At the southeast corner of the ground, 5,600 steps away. Very good. You did it again. You are about to succeed. Next is the final step. You need to use blood scar goo to locate it. Ah. At that moment, Fangzheng began to shout subconsciously. His vision was completely blurry, and his thin body was on the verge of collapse. He exerted all his strength and squeezed out all his life's potential, trying to activate blood scar goo. His mind was not clear. His rank 5 aperture clearly had ample primeval essence, but he could only use a small portion. The primeval essence was like a stream, slowly pouring into blood scar goo. However, blood scar goo required a huge amount of primeval essence. Fangjing persisted for 8 breaths of time before collapsing, falling head first into the blood pool and fainting on the spot. Smoke rose from the incense burner. This quiet room had no windows and was extremely dark. Fangjing wore a white robe with a black belt, his sleeves fluttering as he sat on a cushion. His face was like a young man's, gentle like jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, hanging down to his waist. His serene eyes stared at the spirit incubating flea in front of him. The spirit incubating flea floated in the air, and Master Tenchiru's soul was reporting Fangjing's training results. Fangjing's tone was dissatisfied, as expected. Even though he spent 8 years of his life in Fu Hu Blessed Land and used many relic goo, he still became a rank 5 goo master in a short period of time. It's just activating 6 or 7 goo worms at the same time. He can't even do such a simple thing. Master Tenchiru deliberated over his words. Fangjing is indeed young, his multitasking skills are slightly lacking. But I feel that he is very hardworking and is improving very quickly. I remember the first time he fainted from the pain after using the blood mix goo for just 1 breath of time. Thus, I added the iron blood goo to him. But the second time, because the pleasure was too intense, he released his semen and fainted, only lasting for 3 breaths of time. Fangjing unhappily interrupted Master Tenchiru. Lord Sky Crane hurriedly said, "Lord Supreme Elder, to tell you the truth, even I find it hard to multitask under such intense pain and pleasure." Fangjing is not far from success. He lasted for 8 breaths of time this time. In total, he needs 10 breaths of time to activate the blood scar goo and succeed. And he only needs 2 breaths of time. As long as we persist in training a few more times with a bit more time, we can... Enough. Train a few more times? How many more times do you want to train? Time. Tell me, how much time did you spend on this plan? How long has it been? Over a year. You have not improved at all. Dang Hun Mountain is still not in our hands. Do you know how many dissatisfied voices there are in the sect, and how many disciples are asking the higher-ups to open the exchange of guts goo? I did not do my job well and implicated Lord Supreme Elder. I deserve to die 1,000 times. Master Tenchiru saw his anger and quickly begged for mercy. Fangjing breathed in deeply and waved his sleeves. You can leave. There is only 1 month left until the sect assembly. I want to hear the good news of your success before the assembly, and that you can launch the plan to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But Lord, 1 month is too short. If we overtrain, Fangjing will not be able to endure it. We can use goo worms to heal his body, but the intense pleasure and pain will injure his soul and cause his soul to collapse. Master Tenchiru shouted. Fangjing chuckled. His soul collapsing. Isn't that what you want to see? This way, you can seize his body and revive. This was your original plan, wasn't it? Saying so, his smile became even more gentle. This Fangjing is only a rank 5 goo master who advanced quickly. He is very immature and lacks tempering. How can he compare to you? Sky Crane? After using him to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, come back. Sigh. Ever since Su San and Zhou Wu were killed by that demon Song Zixing, there are fewer and fewer capable subordinates like you by my side. The gentler Fangjing's tone was, the colder Master Tenchiru's heart became. He said with a grateful tone, with Lord Supreme Elder's high regard, this subordinate will definitely repay Lord with my life. Very good, you can leave. Fangjing smiled and waved Master Tenchiru to leave. Only Fangjing was left in the quiet room. His smile gradually disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression, his gaze showing some irritation. Ever since Fang Yuan took back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had been in charge of this matter. A year had passed, and the pressure the sect was putting on him was increasing. Especially his rival in the sect, Gu Immortal A Tan. He had been mocking his incompetence in public many times. The sect assembly a month later was a difficult hurdle. If Fengyang did not make any progress, he would be very sad. It was as if he could already hear Lei Tan's mocking laughter resounding in the hall. But it won't be long as I succeed this time. Lei Tan and these lowly people will all shut up. I am the person with the greatest contribution to the sect these years. This time, I will personally take action to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Moreover, I have invited Fairy Tsangyu and Kenyang Laojun. Fairy Tsangyu's battle strength is about the same as mine. She has at least 3 mortal killer moves, while Kenyang Laojun is a rank 7 Gu Immortal with offensive Immortal Gu. The only problem is that the land spirit will ban all mortal Gu. I have no Immortal Gu to use, my hands are tied. The only way is to use Immortal Essence to expend it. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is barren and not well managed. How much green grape Immortal Essence can it have accumulated? I don't believe Feng Yuan can outlast the 3 Gu Immortals on our side. As long as Hu Immortal's Immortal Essence is used up, the land spirit will have no way to ban mortal Gu. At that time, Fengyang mumbled to himself, gradually calming down the irritation in his heart. At the same time, Hu Immortal Blessed Land underground cave. Feng Yuan slowly left the light of wisdom with a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 676. The starlight firefly Gu were like a swarm of bees, spiraling in the air, releasing bright blue starlight. The starlight was drawn by a formless force, eventually gathering into a starry door. This was a huge arched door, completely made of starlight. It was dazzling like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. As time passed, the Starlight Firefly Gu group continued to lose members. The dead Starlight Firefly Gu fell to the ground weakly. One foot stepped into Hu Immortal Blessed Land from the starry door, and the entire person walked out of the starry door. The old man was an old man. He had snow-white hair and wrinkles. His eyes were bright but full of vicissitudes. He was Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had just returned from Langya Blessed Land. I am back again. Tai Bai Yunsheng was travel-worn. He looked at the sky and earth of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and sighed. Although he had not lived here for a long time, he felt that this was his home. He had a sense of belonging to this place. At this time, Feng Yuan flew over from the sky. Haha, old Bai, you came back at the right time. Come up and take a look at the killer move I just deduced. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this familiar figure and laughed heartily. Oh, is that so? Coincidentally, I bought a Cloud Path defensive killer move from the Inkman King. Since we are fellow disciples, why don't we spar? Saying so, he flew up. Feng Yuan heard this and raised his eyebrows. He stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up and his 5 fingers spread out. A lump of starlight quickly formed in his palm. Don't tell me your killer move is a Star Path killer move? Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this lump of starlight and was slightly surprised. He flew to the sky. A circle of white clouds appeared around him. Tai Bai Yunsheng was at the center of the circle of white clouds. The white clouds were like a huge belt, moving along with Tai Bai Yunsheng. Feng Yuan slowly raised his 5 fingers. He held the starlight lightly in his palm. Old Bai, catch this. He shouted and flicked his finger. Immediately, a speck of starlight shot out. The speck of starlight was small but extremely fast. It streaked across the sky. He shot toward Tai Bai Yunsheng at lightning speed. Your speed is not bad. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded his head and evaluated. With such a long distance, coupled with the fact that he was on full alert, he had a chance to dodge. But now that they were sparring, he wanted to test his Cloud Path killer move. Thus he stood still and resisted the star points. As the star approached Tai Bai Yunsheng, the white ring of clouds suddenly began to spin. His speed was extremely fast. Cloud ring successfully blocked the star point. Tai Bai Yunsheng stopped the cloud ring and looked over. He saw that the place where the cloud ring had blocked the star had turned blue. At the same time, cold air was seeping out, forming a layer of frost. He could not help but smile at Feng Yuan. It seems that the killer move you deduced is not much. You have to know that this killer move of mine is extremely powerful, but it hasn't been fully activated yet. The corners of Feng Yuan's mouth cracked open, revealing his jagged fangs. Me too. Take this. He flicked his fingers continuously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless star points shot out. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not move. A ring of clouds revolved rapidly around him. The speed was so fast that it had almost turned into a white ball. Feng Yuan's star points were completely blocked by this ring of clouds. Feng Yuan did not stop attacking. His eyes shined with interest. The pure white ring of clouds was gradually dyed blue by the star points, and its speed was also slowing down. Your killer move is filled with cold air. It can even slow down the enemy. Tai Bai Yunsheng commented plainly. My killer move also has a change. Saying so, he continued to activate his killer move. The ring of clouds that was almost frozen into a blue ice pillar suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, the blue frozen air turned into a circle and spread rapidly. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a joyful expression as he praised himself. My ring of clouds can absorb the enemy's attack and store it. When it reaches its limit, or when I activate a change in my killer move, the ring of clouds will self-detonate, and the enemy will have a taste of his own attack. Junior brother, it seems that this killer move of mine is stronger than what you deduced. Feng Yuan chuckled. Old Bai, it is still too early for you to say that. As he said so, he threw his right hand. The starry cluster in his hand flew towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart shook. He quickly activated his killer move. 5 rings of clouds immediately formed. With him as the center, from the inside to the outside, the rings grew in size. The 5 rings formed 5 concentric circles, protecting Tai Bai Yunsheng at the center. As the starry cluster attacked, the 5 rings of clouds revolved around the center. Afterimages lingered and formed a white ball silhouette. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed heartily. He felt a strong sense of security inside. But right at this time, the starry cluster exploded. Ding, ding, ding. Dang, 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 a large number of star points shot out in all directions, colliding with each other. The explosion completely enveloped Tai Bai Yunsheng's body. Cold air was leaking from within. The power of this explosion far surpasses a simple superposition of star points. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. The 5 rings of clouds quickly turned blue. Their rotation speed fell sharply. Again, Feng Yuan raised his 8 arms. His 8 hands were like monstrous claws, grabbing at the air. At the next moment, lumps of starlight formed in his hands. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this. His pupils shrunk. He did not dare to be careless anymore. He immediately activated his goo worms and moved away. Feng Yuan did not move. His 8 arms shot out one after another. The starry cluster flew towards Tai Bai Yunsheng and exploded. Bam, bam, bam. The explosions continued. Tai Bai Yunsheng was in a sorry state. He dodged left and right. The 5 rings of clouds reached their limits. They self-detonated one after another. The power of the self-detonation was indeed of great help to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly replenished the 5 rings. No matter how Feng Yuan attacked, he maintained his defense. Enough. Feng Yuan stopped. Tai Bai Yunsheng breathed roughly. He slowly flew towards Feng Yuan. What is the name of this killer move? How much of its power did you use? Feng Yuan replied bluntly, I named it Icy Drill Stardust. It is my own creation. When used with my full strength, I can shoot out a water vat-sized starry cluster 6 times. But the larger the starry cluster, the slower it is. Because the more stardust there is, the more they collide with each other, the more speed is expended. That means you did not even use 50% of your power earlier. How can your killer move be so powerful? Although it cannot compare to an immortal killer move, it far surpasses most mortal killer moves. Tai Bai Yunsheng exclaimed. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. When I was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I obtained an inheritance from a famous poet in Northern Plains, Du Min Jun. I obtained an inheritance from a famous Northern Plains poet, Du Min Jun. He took a different approach and created a brand new star goo. This star goo, it can increase the attack power of star path goo worms. It is like a weakened version of amplify effect goo. When I deduced my killer move this time, I fused the star goo into it. That is why its power is so great. This was the reason why Fong Yuan chose an offensive star path killer move. Tai by Yunxing realized at once, so that's it. I knew it. My defensive killer move is called 9 Cloud Rings when activated with full strength. It can contain 9 cloud rings in total. Not only is its defense strong, it can also be replenished at any time and can even counterattack the enemy's attacks. This cost me 2 Immortal Yuan Stones. Fong Yuan nodded. This killer move of yours is definitely worth this price. It can even be sold for 2.5 Immortal Yuan Stones in Jewel Yellow Skies. Inkman King is doing you a favor. Tai by Yunxing laughed. I understand this. He wants my landscape as before Immortal Goo. He is also a Goo Immortal. He needs to undergo tribulation. When the Blessed Land is damaged in the future, he will definitely want me to repair it. Landscape as before Goo will be my way of making money from now on. Old Bai, when your business expands in the future, you will definitely be welcomed by many Goo Immortals. Come, let's talk while flying. Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flew towards Dang Hun Mountain. Tai Bai Yunxing took a glance behind him, only to see that in the sky above the battlefield earlier, there were still dozens of azure nebulas. From within these nebulas, crackling sounds could be heard. It was caused by the collision of the starlight. The nebulas were emitting cold air. As time passed, it became fainter and fainter. Junior brother, you are very amazing. Your killer move, Icy Drill Stardust. If you want to sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies, it would fetch at least 4 Immortal Yuan Stones. Tai by Yunxing sighed. If not for Wisdom Goo, why would I have endless inspiration? Fong Yuan replied plainly. Actually, just relying on Wisdom Goo, without little Immortal Xing Luo's Ice Path killer move Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, Fong Yuan would not be able to deduce the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. Before little Immortal Xing Luo rose up, she was penniless, but with the help of the 5 Regions War, she created her own Icy Stardust killer move, gradually accumulating wealth and becoming famous for a period of time. Fong Yuan tried to buy the predecessor of the Icy Stardust killer move from the current her with an attitude of trying it out. When he saw Icy Veil and 6-9 Stardust, he guessed that these 2 killer moves were the foundation of little Immortal Xing Luo's new killer move. After spending half space Immortal Yuan Stones to buy them, he went to Wisdom Goo and used the Light of Wisdom to deduce. The Light of Wisdom gave him unlimited inspiration, and Fong Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He had seen the power of Icy Stardust. This way, he had the most crucial direction and did not need to deduce aimlessly. Eventually, he combined Do Min Jun's inheritance and deduced Icy Drill Stardust killer move. This killer move was obviously different from the Icy Stardust. It covered a smaller area than the Icy Stardust, but its power was undoubtedly greater. One could say, by relying on Do Min Jun's inheritance, it had already surpassed Icy Stardust by a little. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo is truly extraordinary. It is hard to imagine the scene when it is fully activated. To speak the truth, I am envious of you now. You actually have such benefits after becoming a zombie. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fong Yuan with envy. Fong Yuan shook his head. There are many drawbacks to becoming a zombie. Firstly, I need to thank Red Lotus, Immortal Venerable. Secondly, it was a coincidence that I was able to achieve this. If not for the special situation at that time where I made an agreement with Wisdom Goo, how could I have gotten the Light of Wisdom? That's right. If not for Red Lotus, Immortal Venerable breaking Fate Goo, after we die, our souls would be sucked away by the door of life and death, forever trapped in the obsession death realm. How could we remain in this world and become a zombie? Tai Bai Yunxing heaved a long sigh. All right, before I left, I told you to ask Land Spirit of Lengya about the information of Luck Path. I wonder if you have any gains this time?
Fong Yuan asked.
Ever since he knew that long-hair ancestor and giant sun immortal had discussed the Tao for 7 days and 7 nights, he had this thought. Land Spirit of Lengya was much easier to deal with than Mo Yao's will. But Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, revealing a strange smile. I repaired several rivers, but was chased away by Land Spirit of Lengya. He needs to eat medicine and grind it into pieces. He is very busy. Chapter 677. Half a month later, Fong Yuan arrived at Langya Blessed Land again. Clouds and mist drifted in front of him. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The 12 cloud buildings were still standing amidst the rumbling clouds. There were also several large rivers that moved above the cloud soil like swimming dragons. Langya Blessed Land had been restored to its former glory under Tai Bai Yunxing's treatment. Fong Yuan was led into a cloud building and saw Land Spirit of Lengya. Land Spirit of Lengya's body was still covered in layers of Qi Path seals. But with Ingman King's help, the original 18 layers of seals had been reduced by 3 layers. Only 15 remained. Ingman King was standing beside Land Spirit of Lengya. He did not dare to be careless. When he saw Fong Yuan, he greeted first, Sir Fong Yuan, how have you been? Fong Yuan smiled at him. The protruding fangs made his smile look extremely sinister. He turned to Land Spirit of Lengya and threw him a rank for East Window Gu. Take a look. East Window Gu quietly floated in front of Land Spirit of Lengya. Land Spirit of Lengya could not stretch out his hands, but Fong Yuan lent him East Window Gu, allowing him to look into his mind. After inspecting it, he nodded in satisfaction, praising, not bad at all. You have completely perfected these 3 immortal Gu recipes. Amazing! This idea is simply superb. Land Spirit, I came here personally. I did not come here to listen to your nonsense. Fong Yuan interrupted Land Spirit of Lengya, without any politeness, saying with a hidden meaning. Land Spirit of Lengya was not stupid. He willed and summoned 30 immortal Yuan stones. This is your remuneration. Fong Yuan immediately received these immortal Yuan stones and placed them in his immortal aperture. He earned it this time, but not as much as last time. That was because deducing the immortal Gu recipe this time had used up a whole 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. If not for the fact that the Stargate was already set up, he would have saved 2 beads of green grape immortal essence from using fixed immortal travel. His cost would be as high as 8 green grape immortal essence beads. Even though these immortal Gu recipes were more than 90% incomplete. But every immortal Gu recipe had to be analyzed. Some immortal Gu recipes were very difficult to deduce. After passing one obstacle, there would be another one. Thinking about it would expend even more willpower. But even so, the profits were still extremely high. The Ingman King looked at him enviously. After watching both parties complete the transaction, he smiled and said, Your Excellency Fong Yuan, in fact, in every transaction. He didn't necessarily need to pay with an immortal Yuan stone, right? Here in Langya Paradise, there are many good things that can't be bought in jewel yellow skies. We can barter for them. To tell you the truth, my Inkman city has also collected some goods. Perhaps Your Excellency will be interested. Not long ago, your senior brother, Lord Tai Bai Yunxing, had once bought one of my killer moves. The Inkman King saw that Fong Yuan had sufficient funds. He also wanted to do business with Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan heard this and smiled. Inkman King's suggestion is very good. I am lacking 3 small swamp Gu and 6 Pine Island Gu. I wonder if you have them? This question stumped the Inkman King. An awkward expression appeared on his face. I am ashamed. The name of Small Swamp and Pine Island. This is the first time I have heard of it. These are all ancient Gu worms. Small Swamp Gu can change the terrain. It can form a small swamp. The same is true for Pine Island Gu. It can form a floating island on the sea surface, with a towering tree at the center of the island, its roots coiling and intertwining. stabilizing the land. Land spirit of Lengia explained at an appropriate time. Finally, he looked at Fong Yuan curiously. These goo worms have already been eliminated. Now, goo immortals have cheaper ways to change the terrain of the blessed land. What do you want these goo worms for? You don't need to ask about my goal. From your tone, Langya blessed land should have these goo worms, right? Fong Yuan smiled and said mysteriously, Of course. Land spirit of Langya slightly raised his head, saying proudly, Every time I obtain a goo recipe, I will refine some goo worms for my collection. I have over 100 small swamp goo and Pine Island goo in my collection. I can sell them to you. But the materials to refine these goo are already extinct now. You need to pay an immortal yuan stone. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Small swamp goo and Pine Island goo, these two goo worms could not even be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fong Yuan did not hesitate, immediately throwing an immortal yuan stone to Land Spirit of Lingya, obtaining 3 small swamp goo and 6 Pine Island goo. Next, he asked Land Spirit of Lingya with interest, Strange, you have so many goo worms in your collection. How do you solve the problem of feeding them? These days, Fong Yuan had been troubled by the matter of feeding goo worms, especially the immortal goo in his possession. Land Spirit of Lingya gave him an answer. The problem of feeding mortal goo is very simple. You can create a special environment and let them fall into hibernation. But immortal goo cannot do this. Even if they fall into hibernation, they need to be fed. But the feeding resources will be at least half of the normal amount. This answer made Fong Yuan slightly disappointed. Can you explain in detail? He asked. You have also been to the True Inheritance Secluded Domain in 88 Point Jinyang Tower, right? True Inheritance Secluded Domain is a special environment. It can make goo worms fall into hibernation. Mortal goo do not need to be fed, and the feeding cost of immortal goo is also greatly reduced. Fong Yuan frowned. But even so, True Inheritance Secluded Domain has many immortal goo. I do not believe that 88 Point Jinyang Tower can gather enough food to feed these goo worms every 10 years. That is because Giant Sun Immortal used food path methods. Food path is a hidden path. It specializes in solving the problems of feeding goo worms, variant humans, wild beasts, and even humans. Don't ask me about food path. I do not know any information. The immortal goo in my possession are all honestly fed using the most orthodox methods. Fong Yuan did not give up. Back then, when your main body refined 88 Point Jinyang Tower with Giant Sun Immortal, how can you not know about the food path methods he used? Land Spirit of Lengya rolled his eyes. My main body had once made a vow with Giant Sun Immortal not to divulge any information regarding food path methods. This is a huge secret. I actually want to know about it. But in my inherited memories, there is no information regarding this. Fong Yuan nodded. He knew that the land spirit was upright and would not lie. He was only asking casually. Although the handover was completed, Fong Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He had another motive for coming here. He took out a star shoot goo, handing it to Land Spirit of Lengya. Can you reverse deduce the refinement recipe of this goo? Land Spirit of Lengya could not stretch out his hands. He could only sniff this star shoot goo, saying, This goo worm has clearly been tampered with. The goo recipe is hard to reverse deduce. We need at least a refinement grandmaster to do it. With just this new rank 3-star path goo, it is impossible to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Because one new goo is not enough for the research. Unless you have 4,000 of these goo worms. Fong Yuan smiled, stretching out his right hand and spreading his fingers. I have over 5,000 star shoot goo. Star shoot goo was a necessary goo to form the killer move Spring Star Rain. Fong Yuan had tried using Spring Star Rain once, and found that this killer move was extremely effective. He bought so many star shoot goo at once, it was because he wanted to reverse deduce the goo recipe. Right now, this thought was even stronger. Over 5,000, of course, I can reverse deduce the goo recipe. Unfortunately, I am sealed now, I cannot do it. Land Spirit of Lengya heaved a deep sigh. Fong Yuan frowned. Your Chi Path seal still has 15 layers. How long will it take to completely remove it? At least a year. Ingman King said.
So long?
No choice. This seal is definitely an immortal killer move. The further I go, the harder it will be to remove the seal. Ingman King revealed a bitter smile. Long Hair Ancestor was one of the 3 refinement grandmasters in history. His name was recorded in history. Land Spirit of Lengia's refinement path attainment level was at least a refinement grandmaster. And Fong Yuan was only a refinement path master. If he could ask Land Spirit of Lengia for help, that would be the best. But now that Land Spirit of Lengia was sealed, he could not refine goo and could not reverse deduce the goo recipe. Actually, reverse deduce the goo recipe is not impossible. Ingman King suggested, isn't there a lot of old hairy men in Lengia Blessed Land? These old hairy men have refinement path master attainment. At that time, we can ask them to assist the Land Spirit and have him guide us on the spot. Isn't that enough? Land Spirit of Lengia immediately rolled his eyes at Ingman King, an outsider's words. Refinement path is broad and profound. Many methods and killer moves require corresponding intelligence, cultivation level, talent, and a lot of hard training. Do you think just because there are a lot of refinement path masters, you can match a refinement grandmaster? Nonsense. Ingman King was dazed from the scolding. He could only chuckle, not daring to retort. In that case, forget it. When you are unsealed, we will talk again. Fong Yuan said goodbye and left. This matter was not his top priority. Lad, even if my seal is unsealed, I will not reverse deduce it for free. When the time comes, prepare 3 immortal Yuan stone. Land Spirit of Lengia shouted at Fong Yuan's back. Fong Yuan did not even turn his head. He waved his hand and stepped into the Stargate, vanishing. Pmph, cocky lad. Land Spirit of Lengia looked at his disappearing figure and could not help muttering. Fong Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land and entered Dang Hun Palace, immediately starting the matter of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada. With Little Swamp Goo and Pine Island Goo in hand, the last missing piece was finally made up. 7 days and 7 nights later, Fong Yuan planted large numbers of goo worms in his first aperture, as well as the abdomen near his dantian. The effects of these goo worms were interconnected and amplified each other, forming a powerful seal. On one hand, it helped the first aperture resist Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure. On the other hand, a portion of Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura was modified and released outside of his body. Thirdly, and also the most crucial point, after being sealed, Spring-Autumn Cicada's usage would not be affected. This seal can last for 4 years. This way, the problem of Spring-Autumn Cicada breaking the first aperture is temporarily solved. Fong Yuan let out a sigh of relief inwardly after checking that there were no problems. With this problem solved, the heavy pressure on his body also lightened. The process of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada was not easy. After all, it was using mortal goo to seal an immortal goo. Fong Yuan was so tired that his soul turned dim. Chapter 678. 3 days later, Fong Yuan slowly woke up. His heart was at peace. He no longer felt the fatigue and restlessness from before. It seems that a zombie's body is inferior to a living one. My soul is easily fatigued and weak, and also very restless. Fong Yuan found another flaw of a zombie's body. If the soul was weak, guts goo could be used to strengthen the soul. This was easy to resolve. There were many guts goo growing on Dang Hun Mountain. This was a top-quality method to strengthen the soul. But if the soul was restless, it needed to be pacified. The best way to pacify the soul was the lake water in Obsession Death Domain. This water was recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. Verdant Great Sun praised it as a top-quality wine. Fong Yuan did not have the lake water. Even if he did, he would not dare to drink it. He used the old method, which was also the most effective method, sleep. If I were a normal person, I would only need to rest for a while to calm the restlessness of my soul. But after becoming a zombie, I would need to sleep for 3 days. Soul path is divided into strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul, but most soul path goo masters focus on the first two. Now that I think about it, it should be because sleep itself has the best effect of pacifying the soul. I don't need to invest too much in this aspect. After sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada, Feng Yuan's understanding of soul path deepened by another level. Next, he calculated the accounts for the last month. After 2 transactions with Land Spirit of Lingya, he had earned a total of 60 immortal yuan stones. But he had also used a lot. In Jewel Yellow Skies, he bought over 1,000 Starlight Firefly goo, the Killer Move Spring Star Rain, Cold Yarn, 6-9 Stardust, large amounts of goo refinement materials, large numbers of mortal goo, and a group of old hairy men. Next, to seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, he bought small swamp goo and Pine Island goo. He spent a total of 20 immortal yuan stones. Right now, Feng Yuan still had 30.5 immortal yuan stones. But don't look at the immortal yuan stones. The price Feng Yuan had to pay was his own green grape immortal essence. Deducing immortal goo recipes. He could only do it himself. After the first transaction with the Land Spirit of Lingya, he only had 9 beads of green grape immortal essence left. The second calculation of green grape immortal essence consumed 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Optimizing the Spring and Autumn Cicadas seal plan also consumed 1 bead. Now, only 2 beads of green grape immortal essence were left. It was necessary to optimize the Spring and Autumn Cicadas plans. The estimated cost was 23 immortal yuan stones. After the optimization, it was reduced to 20 yuan. In short, he had saved 2 immortal yuan stones. With only 2 green grape immortal essence left, it was a very dangerous thing to do. Once something bad happened, Feng Yuan could only use Myriad Self twice. He could not deal with the intense changes in the situation, especially when Crane Gate's attack was getting closer. Feng Yuan used 15 immortal yuan stones and converted them into his own green grape immortal energy. As such, his green grape immortal essence rose to 17 beads. As for the immortal yuan stone, it had dropped to 15.5 pieces. Now, the Spring-Autumn Cicada was in danger of bursting his aperture. It has been temporarily lifted. The predicament was also lifted because of the alliance with He Lulan. The transaction with the Land Spirit of Lingya earned a large number of immortal yuan stones. It was the source of strength for Feng Yuan to solve the problem. The terrible situation had eased up a little. It was like the sky was dark and the earth was covered in layers of dark clouds. But after Feng Yuan's continuous efforts, the cracks gradually opened up, revealing bright and warm sunlight. Right now, it was in front of him. It was another problem, and this problem had to be solved quickly. That was feeding immortal goo. The feeding of mortal goo. Feng Yuan was not worried. But feeding immortal goo was a problem that was getting more and more serious. In summary, Feng Yuan had many immortal goo, Spring and Autumn Cicada, Fixed Immortal Travel, Calamity Beckoning, Delight in Water and Mountain, Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, and Woman's Heart. Ordinary goo immortals often did not even have 1 immortal goo. Feng Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This was a huge blessing, but also a huge burden. Spring and Autumn Cicada was fine. It fed on the water of the River of Time. It did not need to be fed. Fixed Immortal Travels Feng Yuan had once fed it a green grape immortal essence bead a year ago in Central Continent Time. It could last for 6 years. But 1 year in Central Continent Time did not mean only 1 year had passed in Fixed Immortal Travel. Imperial Court Blessed Lands Time, Feng Yuan's Immortal Aperture's time, and Who Immortal Blessed Lands time were many times faster than Central Continent's time. Moreover, 6 years was only a theoretical number. The more times Feng Yuan used Fixed Immortal Travel, the shorter this time would be. Right now, Fixed Immortal Travel could still last for some time, but it was not long before it could be fed again. The remaining immortal goo were troublesome. These days, Feng Yuan had found some crucial information. Calamity beckoning immortal Gu's food was the black blood of the desolate beast six-headed snake. Delight in water and mountain immortal Gu needed large amounts of mountain chi, water chi, and laughter stones. Worldly wave trace Gu needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Rising azure cloud Gu needed the scales of the desolate beast cloud dragon and the eyeballs of tens of thousands of winged scythe birds. Cleanse soul immortal Gu needed the flesh and blood of 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm Gu. Connect luck immortal Gu needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the habitat of the ancient desolate beast heaven and earth sand gull. As for poison path immortal Gu woman's heart, land spirit of Lengya had also said that it needed to be fed with the hearts of women. This Gu was nurtured and refined in one. The more women's hearts it fed, the stronger it would be. Among these Gu worms, Calamity beckoning immortal Gu was refined not long ago. It should have been fed long ago. It is clearly weak now. Delight in water and mountain, worldly wave trace immortal Gu are components of the immortal Gu house water pavilion. They have been hiding in imperial court blessed land all these years. They have been having a good meal. Cleanse soul, connect luck, woman's heart, and rising azure cloud are all hibernating in true inheritance, secluded domain. Over these years, giant suns will has only used half of the resources to feed them. Right now, they have all left true inheritance secluded domain and have completely awakened. They are now in a hungry state and need nourishment. Fortunately, I have mortgaged rising azure cloud to land spirit of Lengya. Using him to feed them for me, I am not afraid of starving to death. Man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal Gu, I have also given them to Tai by Yunxing for him to worry about. Fong Yuan pondered in his heart. Even so, the heavy burden of feeding the immortal Gu was not an easy task. Feeding immortal Gu was not just a problem of immortal Yuan stone. This world was not like Earth. Earth was a commercialized society. As long as one had enough money, they could buy anything. But in the Gu master world, the economy was not developed. There were many monopolized businesses and countless scarce resources. Immortal Yuan stone was indeed a hard currency, but it was not omnipotent. For example, the desolate beast's six-headed snake and cloud dragon, as well as the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull, were hard to find and had powerful Gu immortal battle strength. Although Jewel Yellow Skies would also sell the flesh and bones of desolate beasts, it was rare and would be quickly sold out once they were put on the market. Even earth chi and water chi were not easy to extract. White lotus giant silkworm Gu, laughter stones, and so on were all extremely rare items. They were also rarely seen in Jewel Yellow Skies. In contrast, the feeding of woman's heart was slightly more troublesome, but the difficulty was low. There was another crucial point, and that was time. Fong Yuan did not have enough time to slowly prepare these ingredients. Thus, he had no choice but to openly purchase these rare resources in Jewel Yellow Skies. Even though the price was high, it would also leave behind a large number of deductions for Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. But now that Fong Yuan had the title of 8-Arm Immortal, for the time being, no one would associate him with Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Even if they were to be linked, Fong Yuan had to do this. After all, the survival of Immortal Gu was much more important than being suspected. Of course, he had already asked Land Spirit of Lengya, He Lulan and Fairy Lishan, but he did not get the desired result from them. Land Spirit of Lengya had laughter stones before, but they were used up during Gu refinement. Several years ago, a Gu Immortal returned from Eastern Sea and gave Fairy Lishan a group of deep-sea lightning eels. But there were only 100 or so. They were only for viewing. Later, Fairy Lishan neglected to take care of them, causing these eels to die. But this news gave Fong Yuan a reminder. Eastern Sea. In Fong Yuan's previous life, when he was immortal, he had roamed the 5 regions and stayed in Eastern Sea for a period of time. Eastern Sea had abundant resources. It could be said to be number 1 in the 5 regions. Even Central Continent could not compare. And these last years, Eastern Sea had been in turmoil. There were many opportunities to profit from it, and the expected profits were also huge. If not for Dang Hun Mountain being damaged and Tai Bai Yunsheng being the easiest to obtain, Fang Yuan's first choice would have been Eastern Sea. Thinking of Blue Ruins, Blessed Land, Blue Dragon Whale, Rainbow Island, and others that had left a deep impression on him, Fang Yuan made his decision. He summoned Tai Bai Yunsheng. Old Bai, how is your cultivation progress? Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled as he rambled. Good. Everything is going smoothly. I restored the cloud soil terrain for land spirit of Lingya and earned 3 immortal yuan stones. I also restored several large rivers and earned 2 immortal yuan stones. Next, I bought the defensive killer Move 9 Cloud Ring and spent 2 stones. I also bought float ball tea grass seeds from Jewel Yellow Skies and spent 1. Float ball tea grass seeds are very ordinary. You actually spent 1 immortal yuan stone. It seems you bought a huge amount. But your choice is correct. I have inspected your blessed land. There are far more time path resources than space path. Float ball tea grass grows slowly and floats in the air. You can make use of your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. After a few years, float ball tea grass will flourish and you can harvest them and sell them. Fang Yuan evaluated. That's right. Tai Bai Yunsheng slapped his thigh. After float ball tea grass reaches a certain scale, I plan to move a group of jade hummingbirds and use them as the foundation to construct the blessed land. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Jade hummingbirds are mutated beasts. The price of a jade hummingbird group is not cheap. Tai Bai Yunsheng replied calmly. I have already thought it through. I will use landscape as before to earn immortal yuan stones and learn from Fairy Li Shan. I believe my landscape, as before, will not be inferior to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu. Fang Yuan nodded. You have landscape as before Gu. You will be welcomed wherever you go. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. It is a pity I cannot show myself now. Imperial Court Blessed Land is destroyed. We are the only survivors. Right now, we are the prime suspects of Northern Plains Gu immortals. If we are exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Also, the crucial witness Ma Hongyun has gone missing. He seems to have been secretly captured by a Gu immortal. Maybe we are already being targeted by some Gu immortals. Chapter 679. Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng was astonished. That's right. Eastern Sea has many sea areas. Its culture is different from Northern Plains. After you go there, you will definitely gain something. Especially one sea area. It is called Air Bubble Sea. This sea is rich in air bubble fish, but because of the recent battles between Gu immortals, it has already been poisoned. The owners of this sea area, Anai Clan, Chiu Clan, and Ba Clan, are all having a headache over this. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunsheng was immediately interested. This seems to be a huge business. Junior brother, you are right. If we cannot survive in Northern Plains, we can go to Eastern Sea. There are regional walls between the 5 regions. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to cross them. But we have fixed immortal travel. We cannot see the regional walls. But Old Bai, you need to be careful. Although Gu immortals cannot casually cross regions, the matter in Northern Plains is too huge. The other 4 regions already know about it. Central Continent's 10 great sects have deep foundations. They have pawns in the other 4 regions. Originally, I wanted to obtain Dark Limit Immortal Gu and sneak into Eastern Sea. But He Lolan's side has not made any progress. This trip is filled with danger. You need to be careful. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Tai Bai Yunsheng was moved. I understand, but junior brother, you don't need to worry. I have roamed Northern Plains my entire life. I might not be able to fight them head-on, but I am more than capable of protecting myself. Fang Yuan nodded. He agreed with this, otherwise, he would not have arranged for Tai Bai Yunsheng to enter Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng was old and experienced. He was also a flying master. His escaping skills were top-notch. Moreover, he had obtained the Cloud Path defensive killer Move 9 Cloud Ring. It had great power. After entering Eastern Sea, don't be in a hurry to negotiate with Anai Clan, Chiu Clan, and Ba Clan. Go to Hai Shi Blessed Land. There are 5 great trading markets in the world. Jewel Yellow Skies is ranked first. High Shore Blessed Land is ranked second. There should be a mission to save Air Bubble Sea in High Shore Blessed Land. You can use this channel to contact the 3 clans. It will save you a lot of trouble.
Fong Yuan said.
Tai by Yunxing agreed. I'll definitely go take a look at the blessed land of Sea City. Fong Yuan continued. To feed the immortal goo, I need tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Both of them were specialties of the East Sea. Also, can you see if there are any laughter stones, the blood of the 6-headed serpent, and the dragon scales of the cloud dragon? This is my list. Here you go. Tai by Yunxing took the list and revealed a solemn expression. Junior Marshal Brother, your business is my business. I'll do my best to settle it for you. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Old Bai, just do your best. But before leaving, I hope you can make a trip to Dang Hun Mountain and digest some guts goo. This goo is a top-quality soul-strengthening goo. It is always better to be prepared. Junior Brother, you're here again. How many times have I told you? This guts goo is your asset. As your senior brother, how can I take advantage of you? Tai by Yunxing immediately refused. This was the 6th time he had refused. Fong Yuan had already saved his life. He, Tai by Yunxing, remembered this kindness in his heart and would never forget it. How could he be greedy for Fong Yuan's guts goo? Fong Yuan pondered for a while and chose to concede. Strengthening the soul is extremely beneficial to you. How about this? Take out an immortal Yuan stone, and I will sell this guts goo to you. Coincidentally, I need to feed the immortal goo recently. I lack immortal Yuan stone. Tai by Yunxing opened his mouth to speak, but Fong Yuan waved his hand and said, Senior Marshal Brother. This trip to the East Sea is filled with danger. I want you to try your best to be rank 5, otherwise, if something happens to you, I will feel guilty. I always try my best, I hope you can understand. His words were sincere and filled with deep emotions. Especially when Fong Yuan called him Senior Marshal Brother. Tai by Yunxing was so moved that his eyes turned red. He quickly blinked his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. All right, I understand Junior Marshal Brother's meaning. Let's make this transaction. A day later, Tai by Yunxing prepared himself and left to immortal blessed land with Fong Yuan, arriving in the East Sea. I will hand moving perspective goo and Stargate goo to you. We need to keep in contact. If there is any major movement, inform me first. Fong Yuan instructed. Junior Marshal Brother, go back. If Crane Gate attacks, don't forget to call me back. Tai by Yunxing said. Fong Yuan nodded and did not speak, activating fixed immortal travel and disappearing on the spot. Tai by Yunxing stored the Stargate goo and looked around the sea. After confirming the direction, he flew away. When he reappeared, Fong Yuan had already arrived in Western Desert from the East Sea. He stood on a sand dune that was over 10,000 feet tall, looking around. In the vast desert, countless sand dunes rose and fell, spreading out. The sun was high in the sky, there was no wind, the temperature of the air was so high that it could roast a person. However, Fong Yuan was currently an immortal zombie. He could not feel the slightest bit of warmth. The grains of sand of uniform thickness shone like gold under the sunlight. Fong Yuan looked at the sand dune below him. This sand dune was several times taller than the surrounding sand dune. The entire sand dune was golden. The lines were smooth and smooth. The sand dune was clean. Only a short tree was growing at the top. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall. Its branches were thin and crooked, like strange claws. It looked extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was, it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge, reaching 500 to 600 feet. The light shadow was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow. The flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. Among the flowers and leaves, there were many unripe fruits of different colors. This tree had a huge origin. It was an ancient desolate tree called Thousand Wish. It took 300 years to grow, 600 years to flower, and 900 years to bear fruit. The number of fruits it bore was exactly 1,000. When the fruits were fully ripe, someone brought the goo recipe to the tree to make a wish. If the wish was successful, the fruit would split open and the corresponding goo worm would fly out. These goo worms could be mortal goo or immortal goo. But if the wish was for an immortal goo, the number of fruits would decrease correspondingly. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had caused Western Desert's goo immortals to fight several times because of this ancient, desolate tree. Eventually, several superforces came to an agreement and tried to divide this tree. But on the day the fruits ripened, all the forces united and broke through the blockade of the superforces. The scene was chaotic. A lone cultivator rank 5 goo master named Han Li was the first to arrive at the Thousand Wish Tree. He made a wish and obtained a space path immortal goo called Void Heaven. Feng Yuan was a rank 4 goo master back then. He tried to fish in troubled waters and went through many dangers to arrive at the ancient desolate tree. He also obtained a goo worm. But this goo worm was only a rare rank 4 goo. Even so, this rare rank 5 goo gave Feng Yuan a huge boost to his battle strength. When I fought my way out of the encirclement and arrived at the tree, the fruits on the tree were already sparse. There were only 50 to 60 of them left. But in this life, I came here too early. The fruits will only ripen in another 200 years. Feng Yuan sighed as he patted this ancient desolate tree. The Thousand Wish Tree did not move. This desolate tree's defense was astonishing. It could resist immortal goo attacks without falling. Feng Yuan had a deep impression of it. Regretfully, not long after that chaotic battle, Shi Clan's rank 8 goo immortal ancestor Shi Jianping came out of seclusion and suppressed everyone with his might. The Thousand Wish Tree was taken away by the super force Shi Clan and planted in Shi Clan's blessed land. From then on, Feng Yuan never saw the Thousand Wish Tree again. Feng Yuan did not have the method to transplant the Thousand Wish Tree. Even if he did not have a place to plant it. Who immortal blessed land was a grassland, not a desert. The Thousand Wish Tree needed such an extreme environment to survive. And if he rashly moved the Thousand Wish Tree now, it would cause its flowers and leaves to wither, and the Thousand Wish fruits to wither and fall, wasting 1,000 years of effort. Feng Yuan walked down the sand dune and left this place. After walking for a long time and tens of thousands of li, he finally left the range of the Thousand Wish Tree. Feng Yuan turned around and looked. There was not a single sand dune behind him. It was a flat desert, not to mention the golden sand dune and the colorful tree shadow that was 500 to 600 feet tall. He was not surprised. This Thousand Wish Tree had the ability to envelop an area of tens of thousands of li in an illusion realm. When leaving, one had to walk on foot. When getting close, it was extremely troublesome. The illusion realm would reappear and even make one walk in circles without realizing it. Precisely because of this, I was able to fish in troubled waters in my previous life. Feng Yuan smiled. He had fixed immortal travel anyway and could ignore this illusion realm. But his goal this time was not this ancient, desolate tree. Rather, it was a person who obtained great benefits from this Thousand Wish Tree and became a goo immortal expert later on. This person's name was Han Li. This person, Han Li, was originally immortal. But after continuous fortuitous encounters, his heart was steady and resolute. His starting point was much lower than mine. When he just started cultivating, I was already a rank 3 goo master in southern border. But when I self-detonated, he had already become a rank 7 peak stage goo immortal, a famous expert in Western Desert. Many influential figures in Central Continent's 10 great sects had suffered losses at his hands. But now he is still a child. According to the biography of Han Li, he should be living in a mortal village near Huang tribe's territory. Feng Yuan's target was Han Li. Ever since Feng Yuan understood the use of Connect Luck Immortal Goo, he planned to use the advantage of rebirth to get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness of wasting his luck. He meticulously planned and eliminated most people, leaving only a few targets. Han Li was one of them. These targets were people who would have great accomplishments in the future, had great potential, and were also people with great luck. People like Southern Border's hunting king Sun Gon had only reached rank 5 in his life. Fang Yuan looked down on them. Little immortal Xing Luo might be an immortal, but her luck was similarly bad. She would at most become famous for a short period of time. Fang Yuan also looked down on her. There was also Shi Chaoyu. Although he eventually became a rank 7 Gu immortal, his life was not smooth sailing. It rose and fell from time to time. It could be seen that his luck was bad. He was also eliminated by Fang Yuan. Only people like Han Li and Ma Hongyun, who had smooth sailing and had many fortuitous encounters, were Fang Yuan's targets. But the latter's whereabouts were unknown. Fairy Li Shan was investigating with all her might. Fang Yuan's first target was Han Li. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.